Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the remarkable and extraordinary life of Owen Tudor, the Welsh courtier whose secret love story changed the course of English history forever and founded one of the most famous, powerful, and influential royal dynasties the world has ever known. We'll softly explore every chapter of this fascinating man's incredible life, from his birth in the wild, windswept lands of medieval Wales during a time of rebellion and upheaval, through his forbidden and passionate romance with a beautiful French queen who captured his heart, to his brave and tragic final stand on a bitter February battlefield that would ultimately cost him his head and his life, all while the great noble houses of England tore themselves apart in the bloody, devastating conflict known as the Wars of the Roses. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, please take a moment to like this video, leave a gentle comment about which part of Owen Tudor's extraordinary story you find most fascinating or moving, and subscribe to keep these soothing historical tales coming your way each week. So cozy up beneath your warmest blanket. Close your eyes gently, let your breathing slow and deepen, and let these gentle whispers from 15th century England and Wales lull you into the most restful, peaceful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. Owen, later known as Owen Tudor, or by his proud Welsh name, Owain ap Bymaridud ap Tudor, was born sometime around the year 1400 in the windswept, rugged lands of Anglesey, a beautiful and ancient island off the northwestern coast of Wales. His birth came at a time of tremendous upheaval and change, a period when the ancient kingdoms of Wales were struggling desperately under English rule, and when brave Welsh leaders still dared to dream of independence and freedom from their powerful neighbours across the border. The world into which Owen was born was one of towering stone castles and bloody conflicts, of ancient bloodlines stretching back into the mists of legend and bitter rivalries between noble families, of kings and warriors and priests who shaped the destiny of nations. And it was a world where a man's family name could determine his entire future, where lineage and ancestry mattered far more than personal achievement or individual merit, and where the circumstances of one's birth could either open doors to unimaginable power and wealth or slam them shut forever, leaving one trapped in poverty and obscurity. For Owen Tudor, his family heritage would prove to be both a tremendous blessing and a heavy burden, shaping his destiny in ways that no one could possibly have predicted when he first drew breath in that distant medieval world, in those final years of the 14th century, when one age was dying and another was about to be born. The island of Anglesey, where Owen spent his childhood, was a place of ancient magic and power, a land that had been inhabited since time immemorial. The Romans had conquered it centuries before, recognizing its strategic importance and its fertile lands. The ancient Druids had made it a center of their mysterious religion before they were driven out by Roman soldiers. Welsh princes had ruled it as part of the kingdom of Gwynedd, one of the great medieval Welsh kingdoms that had resisted English expansion for generations. The landscape of Anglesey was varied and beautiful. Rolling green fields where cattle and sheep grazed peacefully, rocky coastlines where the sea crashed against ancient cliffs, small villages clustered around stone churches, manor houses and farms scattered across the countryside. It was a land of farmers and fishermen, of craftsmen and traders, but also a land of warriors and noblemen, where the traditions of the ancient Welsh princes still lived in memory and song. The weather in Anglesey could be harsh, especially in winter when cold winds blew in from the Irish Sea, bringing rain and occasionally snow. But the land was fertile, and the people who lived there were resilient and proud, fiercely protective of their Welsh identity, even as they lived under English rule. They spoke Welsh among themselves, preserving their ancient language despite English attempts to suppress it. They told stories of King Arthur and the other legendary heroes of Wales, keeping alive the memory of a time when Welshmen had been free and had ruled their own destiny. Owen's father was a man named Maredudd ap Tudor, a Welsh gentleman who belonged to one of the most distinguished, powerful, and respected families in all of Wales. The Tudor family, or the Tudors as they were known in the melodious Welsh language, traced their ancestry back through the mists of time, through generation after generation of nobles and princes, to some of the greatest leaders who had ever ruled the Welsh lands. This was not merely empty boasting or wishful thinking, not the kind of exaggerated claims that minor nobles sometimes made to inflate their own importance. The Tudor family could genuinely and legitimately claim descent from Ednifed Ffychan, a legendary figure who had died in the year 1246 and who had served as seneschal to the kingdom of Gwynedd during its golden age of power and prosperity. Ednifed Ffychan had been no ordinary servant or minor functionary. He was a trusted advisor and skilled administrator to the great Welsh princes, a man of considerable power and influence who had helped shape the political landscape of medieval Wales during its most important period. He commanded respect and fear in equal measure. He managed vast estates, collected taxes, dispensed justice in the prince's name, commanded troops in battle, and made decisions that affected the lives of thousands of people. His intelligence, his loyalty, and his administrative abilities had made him indispensable to the princes he served. His descendants, the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren who followed after him, formed what historians would later call a ministerial aristocracy, a class of wealthy and influential servants and administrators who acted as leading officials for the princes of Gwynedd. These were families who might not wear crowns themselves, who might not sit on thrones or command kingdoms in their own right, but who nevertheless wielded enormous power behind the scenes, managing the day-to-day affairs of government, commanding troops, collecting revenues, and making decisions that shaped the destiny of Wales. The privilege and power of Ednifed Ffychan's descendants did not disappear even after the conquest of Wales by King Edward I of England in the late 13th century, when the last independent Welsh princes were defeated and the dream of Welsh independence seemed to die. Instead, these Welsh families proved remarkably adaptable to the new political reality. They continued to exercise considerable authority within Wales, now acting in the name of the English king rather than the Welsh princes. They became intermediaries between two worlds, and Welsh by blood and culture and language, but serving English interests and administration, walking a delicate and sometimes dangerous line between their ancestral heritage and the new political order that had been imposed upon them by conquest. This balancing act required great skill and careful judgment. They had to demonstrate their loyalty to the English crown, while also maintaining the respect and support of their Welsh kinsmen. They had to enforce English laws and collect English taxes, while also protecting Welsh interests and preserving Welsh traditions. They had to speak English at court and Welsh at home, to dress in English fashions when required, but to maintain Welsh customs in private, to serve two masters who did not always have the same interests or goals. Owen's grandfather was Tudor ap Goronwy, and this Tudor made a marriage of tremendous significance for the family's future and status. He married a woman named Margaret, who was the daughter of Thomas ap Llywelyn ab Owain of Cardiganshire, a region in southwestern Wales known for its mountains and its fierce warriors. This might seem like merely another noble Welsh marriage, the kind of alliance between prominent families that was common in medieval society. But Margaret's background and ancestry made it extraordinarily important, elevating the Tudor family's status to new heights. Margaret was descended from the last male heir of the princely house of Deheubarth, one of the three great medieval Welsh kingdoms that had once ruled over vast territories in southwestern Wales, a kingdom that had produced legendary warriors and wise rulers, poets and saints. And Deheubarth had been a powerful state in its own right before the English conquest, and its royal family could trace their ancestry back to Rhodri the Great, who had ruled much of Wales in the 9th century, and even further back to legendary figures who straddled the line between history and myth. Through this marriage, the Tudor family could claim a direct connection to the ancient royal blood of Wales itself, to the princes who had ruled as independent sovereigns before the English conquest. This was not just any noble family. These were people who could trace their lineage back through the centuries to the princes who had once ruled as sovereigns in their own right, before the English conquest had reduced them to subjects of a foreign crown, before their independence and power had been stripped away by English armies and English laws. And this royal heritage would simmer in the background of the Tudor family story for generations, never quite forgotten, never quite irrelevant, always adding a certain luster to their name and a certain legitimacy to their claims and ambitions. It meant that when Owen Tudor's grandson eventually claimed the English throne, he could point not only to his Lancastrian blood through his mother, but also to his descent from the ancient princes of Wales through his grandfather's family. It gave the Tudor dynasty a dual legitimacy, connecting them to both English and Welsh royal traditions. But there was more to Margaret's family that would prove critically important to young Owen's story and to the circumstances of his childhood. Margaret had an elder sister who had married a man named Gruffydd Fychan of Glyndŵr, a manor in northeastern Wales. This marriage might have seemed unremarkable at the time it was made, just another alliance between prominent Welsh families seeking to strengthen their position and increase their influence. But this marriage produced a son who would become one of the most famous, celebrated, and controversial figures in all of Welsh history, a man whose name is still revered in Wales to this very day. That son was Owen Glyndŵr, the last native Welshman to hold the title of Prince of Wales, who would lead a great and devastating revolt against English rule at the turn of the 15th century. For more than a decade, from 1400 to 1409, Glyndŵr would fight against English armies, capture English castles, establish an independent Welsh parliament, make alliances with France and Scotland, and briefly establish what looked like a truly independent Welsh state. His rebellion would be the last major Welsh attempt to throw off English rule and restore Welsh independence. This meant that Owen Tudor and Owain Glyndŵr were cousins, related through this network of noble Welsh marriages, sharing the blood of the ancient princes. For Owen, growing up in the shadow of his famous cousin's rebellion, this family connection would prove to be both dangerous and formative, both a source of pride and a source of peril. The Glyndŵr Rising, as it came to be known by historians, was not some minor disturbance or local uprising that could be easily dismissed or ignored. It was a serious, sustained, and at times successful attempt to throw off English rule and restore Welsh independence, and it would rage across Wales for nearly a decade, turning the principality into a war zone, destroying villages and castles, killing thousands of people, and fundamentally reshaping the relationship between Wales and England. Owen's father, Maredudd ap Tudor, and his uncles were not content to sit on the sidelines while their cousin and kinsman fought for Welsh freedom. Despite the risks to their lands, their wealth, their very lives, they threw themselves into the rebellion with enthusiasm and dedication, joining Owain Glyndŵr's forces and taking part in the guerrilla-style raids against the English occupiers that became the hallmark of Welsh resistance. These were dangerous times, times when men risked absolutely everything: their lands, their titles, their fortunes, and their very lives and the lives of their families, for the dream of Welsh independence and the hope of throwing off the English yoke. The Tudor family had much to lose by joining the rebellion. They were wealthy landowners, respected members of the Welsh gentry, people who had managed to maintain their position and status even under English rule. They could have chosen to remain neutral, to keep their heads down and wait for the storm to pass, to preserve their wealth and position by accommodating themselves to whichever side ultimately won. But instead, they chose to fight, driven by loyalty to their kinsman, Owen Glyndŵr, by their own fierce Welsh pride and love of their homeland, and perhaps by genuine belief that Welsh independence was possible, if only enough brave men would stand up and fight for it. The early years of the Glyndŵr revolt were marked by stunning and unexpected successes that gave hope to all Welsh patriots. Owen Glyndŵr proved to be a brilliant military leader, a master of guerrilla warfare who could strike quickly and disappear before English forces could respond. He was also a charismatic figure who could inspire men to follow him into the most desperate and dangerous situations, who could convince farmers and craftsmen to take up weapons and become soldiers, who could unite the fractious and often divided Welsh people behind a common cause. Glyndŵr's military strategy was perfectly adapted to the Welsh landscape and to his limited resources. Rather than trying to meet English armies in open battle, where their superior numbers and equipment would give them an overwhelming advantage, Glyndŵr fought a guerrilla war. His forces would strike at isolated English garrisons, ambush supply columns, burn English settlements, and then melt away into the mountains and forests before English reinforcements could arrive. They used their knowledge of the local terrain to their advantage, striking from unexpected directions and using hidden paths and secret valleys to evade pursuit. For a brief, glorious moment in the early 1400s, it seemed as though Wales might actually achieve its independence, that Owen Glyndŵr might actually succeed where so many Welsh princes before him had failed. Glyndŵr declared himself Prince of Wales in 1400, claiming the title that had once belonged to the native Welsh princes before the English conquest. He established a parliament at Machynlleth in 1404, creating the institutions of an independent Welsh state. He made alliances with France and Scotland, both enemies of England, bringing international support to the Welsh cause. He even made contact with Welsh students at Oxford and Cambridge, encouraging them to return home and support the rebellion. Glyndŵr captured important castles and towns, including Harlech and Aberystwyth, which became centres of his power and administration. He appointed officials, collected taxes, administered justice, and generally behaved as a legitimate ruler of an independent state. He planned to establish Welsh universities, to create an independent Welsh church, separate from the authority of Canterbury, to revive and preserve Welsh language and culture, which had been under assault from English cultural domination. For those glorious years, and it must have seemed to Welshmen like Maredudd ap Tudor that the dream of their ancestors was finally being realised, that Wales would once again be free. But dreams of independence, no matter how passionately held or bravely pursued, cannot always overcome the hard realities of power and resources and geography. The English crown had vastly more wealth than Glyndŵr could ever hope to raise, more soldiers who could be recruited and trained, more weapons and supplies, more castles and fortifications, and more importantly, more staying power and endurance. England could afford to lose battles and still continue the war. Glyndŵr's forces could not afford even one major defeat. Gradually, slowly, but inevitably, the tide began to turn against Glyndŵr and his followers. The initial enthusiasm that had driven thousands of Welshmen to join the rebellion began to fade as the costs of war mounted, as crops went unharvested because farmers were away fighting, as English reprisals destroyed Welsh villages and farms, as years of warfare brought nothing but hardship and suffering. English forces, led by the Prince of Wales, the future King Henry V, methodically recaptured castles and towns that had fallen to Glyndŵr. They built new fortifications, garrisoned them strongly, and used them as bases for further operations against the Welsh rebels. The French support that Glyndŵr had counted on proved disappointing. French armies that landed in Wales achieved little and soon returned home. The Scottish alliance similarly produced few concrete benefits. Meanwhile, and the English were learning how to fight Glyndŵr's guerrilla war more effectively, using Welsh informants and turncoats to track rebel movements, offering pardons and rewards to those who abandoned the rebellion, and conducting brutal reprisal campaigns designed to break Welsh morale. By 1409, the Glyndŵr Rising had effectively collapsed as an organized military resistance. Most of the castles that Glyndŵr had captured were back in English hands. His allies had been defeated, or had made their peace with the English crown. His armies had melted away as soldiers returned to their farms and villages, exhausted by years of fighting and convinced that the cause was lost. Owen Glyndŵr himself would never be captured. He disappeared into history and legend, refusing to submit to English authority even in defeat, becoming a symbol of Welsh resistance that would inspire future generations. But the practical reality was that the rebellion had failed, and those who had supported it would now face the consequences. For those who had supported Glyndŵr, particularly those from prominent families like the Tudors, who had held positions of wealth and influence before the rebellion, the aftermath of the failed revolt was absolutely devastating. The English authorities were determined to make an example of those who had defied the crown, to ensure that no such revolt would occur again, to break the power of the Welsh gentry who had led the rebellion. They implemented harsh punishments and discriminatory laws designed to keep the Welsh population subordinate and powerless, unable ever again to challenge English authority. The Welsh political and social landscape was fundamentally transformed by a series of repressive new laws and restrictions that treated all Welsh people as second-class subjects, unworthy of the rights and privileges that Englishmen took for granted. Welshmen found themselves subject to discriminatory legislation that stripped away rights and privileges they had previously enjoyed, reducing them to something close to conquered peoples in their own homeland. The new laws were comprehensive and designed to touch every aspect of Welsh life. Welshmen could not purchase lands or properties in certain areas, particularly in English-controlled towns and cities, preventing them from accumulating wealth or establishing themselves in centres of commerce and power. They could not hold public office or positions of authority in English administration, closing off career paths that ambitious Welshmen might have pursued. They could not marry English persons without special permission from English authorities, preventing intermarriage that might have gradually integrated the two peoples. They could not carry weapons in English towns or even in some parts of the Welsh countryside, leaving them defenceless and symbolically marking them as a defeated people. They could not gather in large groups without permission, preventing any kind of organized resistance or even peaceful assembly. These laws were not just harsh, they were humiliating, designed not merely to prevent rebellion, but to break the spirit of the Welsh people, to remind them constantly of their conquered status, and to make them feel inferior to their English overlords. Welsh language was suppressed in official contexts. Welsh customs and traditions were discouraged or forbidden. Welsh bards and poets, who had kept alive the memory of Welsh independence and glory, found themselves unwelcome and even dangerous in the new order. For the Tudor family of Penmynydd, the consequences of their participation in the rebellion were severe, immediate, and personal. Owen's uncle Rhys was captured by English forces during one of the final campaigns of the rebellion and executed in 1412 as a traitor to the English crown. His death served as a grim reminder of the price of rebellion, of what happened to those who dared to challenge English authority. Another uncle, Gwilym, was outlawed, forced to live as a fugitive from English justice, always looking over his shoulder, never able to return to his home or his family, living a precarious existence on the margins of society. The family's lands and properties, carefully accumulated over generations, were at risk of confiscation by the English crown. Their wealth and influence, so carefully built up through centuries of service and shrewd marriages and careful management, seemed on the verge of being destroyed completely. Their name was marked as dangerous, as potentially disloyal, as a family that had betrayed their English masters. This reputation would follow them for years, making it difficult for any member of the Tudor family to advance in English service or to recover their former position in society. The fate of Owen's father, Maredudd ap Tudor, remains somewhat mysterious and uncertain, shrouded in conflicting accounts and incomplete historical records. What we know for certain is that he was officially outlawed along with his brothers in 1406, declared a fugitive and traitor, whose lands and goods were forfeit to the crown, and that this is the last clear, definite record we have of him in the historical documents of the time. After 1406, Maredudd essentially disappears from the official records, leaving us to wonder what became of him. Some sources suggest that he died in that same year of 1406, perhaps killed in the ongoing conflict as Welsh and English forces continued to clash even as the rebellion was obviously failing, or perhaps succumbing to disease or some other misfortune that was all too common in those troubled times. And medieval life was precarious even in peaceful times. Disease, accidents, violence could strike anyone at any time. During a rebellion and its aftermath, when armed men roamed the countryside and normal law and order had broken down, the risks were even greater. But other accounts, less reliable but intriguing, tell a very different and more surprising story. These sources claim that Maredudd managed to survive for many more decades after the rebellion's collapse, living in obscurity but somehow avoiding capture or execution. According to these accounts, Maredudd lived to the remarkable age of 91, finally dying only in 1461, the same year that his son Owen would be executed at Hereford. If this second account is true, and we have no way of knowing for certain, it means that Owen's father lived to see his son rise from obscurity to prominence at the English court, lived to see his grandsons become earls and royal advisors, and perhaps even lived long enough to hear the terrible news of his son's death on that cold February day at Hereford. But we cannot know for certain which account is correct, and the mystery of Maredudd's ultimate fate remains one of the many unsolved questions that surround Owen Tudor's early life. What we do know with certainty is that young Owen grew up in a family that was struggling to survive in the harsh and uncertain aftermath of a failed revolt. The glory and power that had once been taken for granted, that had seemed like a natural birthright for members of the Tudor family, and were now distant memories, like tales from an ancient and better time. The family's participation in the Glyndŵr Rising had marked them as dangerous in the eyes of English authorities, as potentially disloyal subjects who might at any moment rise up again in rebellion. And this reputation would follow them for years and years to come, affecting every member of the family and limiting their opportunities for advancement or recovery. For Owen, born into these difficult circumstances around the year 1400, the early years of his life must have been marked by uncertainty, hardship, and a constant awareness of his family's fallen status. He would have grown up hearing stories of past glory, of the days when the Tudor family had been powerful and respected, when they had served Welsh princes and commanded respect throughout Wales. But the reality of his childhood was likely very different from those glorious tales. A reality of reduced circumstances, of constant vigilance against English authorities, of carefully watching what one said and did, of understanding from an early age that his family name was both a source of pride and a potential liability. The fact that so little is known about Owen Tudor's early life is itself revealing and significant. Unlike the births and childhoods of princes and great nobles, which were carefully documented and commemorated in chronicles and official records, which were celebrated with elaborate ceremonies and marked by gifts and celebrations, Owen's origins were humble enough that no one bothered to record the details for posterity. No chronicler thought to note the exact date of his birth, and no herald recorded the ceremonies that might have marked his baptism or his coming of age. No royal official saw fit to keep records of his childhood education or training. We don't know exactly when he was born, though scholars generally place it around 1400, give or take a few years. We don't know where precisely in Anglesey he first saw the light of day, whether in a grand manor house that had survived his family's fall from grace, or in more modest accommodations. We don't have descriptions of his childhood home, accounts of his early education, stories of his boyhood adventures or misadventures. All of these details, which would have been preserved if he had been born into a truly prominent noble family, are lost to history. This obscurity regarding his early years has led to the growth of myths and legends in later generations, as people tried to fill in the gaps with colourful and dramatic stories. Some romantic accounts claimed that Owen was the illegitimate son of an alehouse keeper, suggesting humble or even scandalous origins that would make his later rise to prominence all the more remarkable and dramatic. Others said that his father was a fugitive murderer, adding an element of criminality and danger to the family story. Still others claimed that young Owen fought at the famous Battle of Agincourt in 1415, where King Henry V of England won his stunning victory against overwhelming French forces, though there is no solid evidence to support this romantic notion. These mythologized accounts tell us more about how later generations viewed Owen Tudor than about the actual facts of his life. People wanted to believe that the founder of the Tudor dynasty had risen from absolutely nothing, that he was a true rags-to-riches story, a commoner who had captured a queen's heart through nothing but his own personal charm and good looks and courage. The idea of a poor Welshman, perhaps even a bastard or the son of a criminal, rising through sheer force of personality to marry a queen and found a royal dynasty. This was the stuff of fairy tales and legends, and people loved such stories. But the reality, as is so often the case with historical figures, was more complex and more interesting than the simple legends suggest. And the truth is that Owen Tudor was not a peasant or a commoner in the modern sense of those terms, despite later legends to the contrary. He was a member of the Welsh gentry, from a family that had once been powerful and influential, and that still retained important connections and some degree of status, despite their fall from grace after the failed rebellion. The Tudor family had lost much, but they had not lost everything. They still had their name, their ancestry, their pride, and their knowledge of how the world of nobles and courts operated. Owen would have been educated according to the standards appropriate for a gentleman of his era and his class. He would have learned to read and write, probably in both Welsh and English, though he may have been more comfortable in Welsh. He would have learned the basics of Latin, which was still the language of the church, and of learned discourse. He would have been trained in the physical skills that a gentleman needed, how to ride a horse properly, how to handle weapons including swords and perhaps bows, how to hunt and hawk, how to conduct himself with grace and dignity in polite company. He would have learned the elaborate codes of courtesy and behaviour that governed interactions between nobles. He would have been taught the history of Wales and the genealogies of the great Welsh families, understanding where his own family fit into that complex web of relationships and alliances. He may have been poor by the standards of the great English nobles, who commanded vast estates and enormous revenues, who could field private armies and live in magnificent castles. But he was certainly not a beggar or a nobody. He was a Welsh gentleman, down on his luck perhaps, but still possessing the education, the manners, the bearing, and the connections that marked someone as a member of the gentry class, rather than a common person. What transformed Owen's life? What gave him the opportunity to escape from the limitations and dangers of being a somewhat disgraced Welshman in a world dominated by suspicious Englishmen? Was his entry into royal service at the English court. Exactly how this momentous change came about remains somewhat unclear due to gaps in the historical record, but it seems likely that Owen had help from someone with connections at the English court, someone who could vouch for him and help overcome the prejudice that existed against Welshmen in general, and against members of families who had supported the Glyndŵr Rising in particular. One intriguing possibility is that he was aided by a kinsman named Maredudd ab Owen Glyndŵr, who, despite the dangerous family connection to the rebel leader, Owen Glyndŵr, had managed somehow to maintain a position as a courtier in the service of King Henry V. How this Maredudd had achieved this remarkable feat, remaining in royal service despite his connection to the most famous Welsh rebel of the age, we can only speculate. Perhaps he had distanced himself from his kinsman's rebellion early enough to avoid being tainted by it. Perhaps he had performed some service for the English crown that earned him special favour. Perhaps he simply had skills or knowledge that made him too valuable to discard. Whatever the reason, if this Maredudd helped young Owen Tudor find a place at court, and it would have been an enormous act of kindness and family loyalty. The records show us that in May of 1421, a young man identified as Owen Meredith joined the retinue, or household, of Sir Walter Hungerford, who held the important and prestigious position of steward of the king's household. This Owen Meredith was almost certainly our Owen Tudor, using an anglicised version of his Welsh name to make himself more acceptable and less conspicuous in English court circles, where Welsh names might mark him as potentially dangerous or untrustworthy. Meredith was simply an English rendering of Maredudd, his father's name, and this kind of adaptation was common and practically necessary for Welshmen trying to make their way in English society and advance in English service. Sir Walter Hungerford was an important, powerful, and well-connected figure in the English court and government, a man who had distinguished himself in long military service, both in France during the 100 Years' War and in England during various campaigns and political disputes. He had fought bravely at the Battle of Agincourt, alongside King Henry V in 1415, that stunning victory against overwhelming odds that had made Henry one of the most famous warrior kings in all of Christendom. Hungerford had proven his courage on that muddy battlefield, where English longbowmen had cut down wave after wave of French knights. He enjoyed the king's complete confidence and favour, and he was trusted with important responsibilities and missions. Being taken into Hungerford's service was a significant opportunity for a young Welshman from a family marked by rebellion and defeat. It meant entry into the world of the royal court, a chance to learn the ways and customs of that glittering but dangerous world, to make useful connections with other courtiers and officials, to prove one's loyalty to the English crown, despite one's family's past, and perhaps even to rise to positions of greater responsibility, influence, and wealth through good service and fortunate opportunities. in Hungerford's household, Owen would have begun his real education in the complex and often treacherous world of the royal court. Medieval royal courts were elaborate, highly structured affairs with strict hierarchies and carefully prescribed behaviors governing every interaction and every situation. And every detail mattered. How one dressed for different occasions, the quality and style of one's clothing, how one spoke to superiors and inferiors and equals, how one addressed members of the royal family and high-ranking nobles, when to speak and when to remain silent, how to serve at table during banquets and feasts, how to participate in ceremonies and celebrations, how to conduct oneself during religious services, how to behave when the king was present. For a young man hoping to make his way in this world, hoping to rise from relative obscurity to a position of importance and influence, mastering these elaborate social skills and protocols was every bit as important as physical prowess in combat or intellectual ability or administrative competence. A man who could not conduct himself properly at court, who made social blunders or offended important people through ignorance of proper behavior, would find his career blocked no matter how brave or intelligent he might be. Owen would have learned how to bow properly to people of different ranks, a deep bow for the king, a less deep bow for princes and dukes, a nod of the head for knights and gentlemen. He would have learned the complex language of courtly courtesy, how to phrase requests and greetings in the elaborate, formal style that was expected. He would have learned how to dress appropriately for different occasions, understanding which colors and styles were appropriate for which situations, how to wear ceremonial garments and formal court dress. He would have learned the thousand small details of etiquette that marked someone as a true courtier rather than an outsider. He would also have learned the more practical aspects of court life, how to manage a household, how to keep accounts, how to organize servants and supplies for travel or for entertainments, how to write formal letters and documents, how to participate in the elaborate ceremonies that marked every important event in the life of the court, births and marriages and deaths, religious festivals and political occasions, the welcoming of foreign ambassadors and the departure of military expeditions, and perhaps most importantly, Owen would have learned the subtle art of navigating the dangerous currents of court politics. Royal courts were not just centers of ceremony and entertainment. They were also the places where real power was exercised, where decisions were made that affected entire kingdoms, where alliances were formed and broken, where careers were made and destroyed. Learning whom to trust and whom to fear, how to make oneself useful to the powerful without making enemies of their rivals, how to advance one's own interests without appearing overly ambitious or threatening. These were the skills that separated successful courtiers from those who failed and fell. The early 1420s were an extraordinary time to be at the English court, a moment when England seemed to be at the very peak of its power and glory. King Henry V was at the height of his fame and authority, recognized throughout Europe as one of the greatest warrior kings of the age. His stunning and unexpected victory at Agincourt in 1415 had shocked all of Europe and established England as a military superpower, capable of defeating much larger forces through superior tactics, discipline, and the devastating effectiveness of English longbowmen. Henry had followed up his triumph at Agincourt with further successful campaigns in France, methodically conquering territory and forcing the French crown to make increasingly humiliating concessions. By 1420, through a combination of military victory, shrewd diplomacy, and fortunate circumstances, Henry had achieved what no English king before him had managed, and what many had thought impossible. He had forced the King of France to acknowledge him as heir to the French throne. This remarkable achievement had come through the Treaty of Troyes, signed in May of 1420. Under its terms, in King Charles VI of France, who suffered from severe mental illness that left him incapable of ruling for long periods, and who was known to later generations as Charles the Mad, agreed to disinherit his own son, the Dauphin Charles, and recognize Henry of England as his heir and successor to the French crown. To seal this remarkable agreement and make it binding, Henry would marry Charles's daughter, the Princess Catherine of Valois, uniting the royal houses of England and France in a dynastic marriage and theoretically ending forever the long, bitter conflict between the two kingdoms that would later be known to historians as the 100 Years' War. For England, this was a moment of unprecedented triumph. The Treaty of Troyes seemed to promise that England and France would be united under a single crown, that the two kingdoms that had fought each other for generations would finally be at peace, that English kings would rule over both realms and create an empire that would dominate all of Europe. The mood at the English court was one of celebration and optimism, of pride in England's achievements and excitement about the glorious future that seemed to lie ahead. For Owen Tudor, arriving at court in the service of Sir Walter Hungerford, in this atmosphere of triumph, it must have been both exciting and intimidating. The court was filled with successful soldiers and administrators, with men who had fought at Agincourt or in the subsequent campaigns in France, with veterans who had proven themselves in battle and in service to the crown. Owen, coming from a family that had fought against England rather than for it, must have felt acutely aware of his outsider status, of the need to prove his loyalty and his worth. It was in this context of English triumph and French humiliation that the young Princess Catherine of Valois found herself being married off to seal a peace treaty. For Catherine, the bride at the centre of the Treaty of Troyes, this arranged marriage was both an escape from a nightmare and an entry into a new kind of captivity, a gilded cage that would define and constrain her life in ways she could not yet fully understand. Catherine of Valois, the young French princess who would play such a crucial and transformative role in Owen Tudor's story and in the history of England, had been born on October 27th, 1401, in Paris, into circumstances that seemed glittering and privileged from the outside, but were actually deeply troubled and even traumatic. She had entered the world as a daughter of the King of France, which should have meant a life of luxury, security, and privilege. But the reality of her childhood was very different from what one might expect for a royal princess. Her father, King Charles VI of France, was in the grip of a severe and worsening mental illness that rendered him unable to rule effectively for long periods of his reign. Modern doctors who have studied the historical accounts of his symptoms believe he may have suffered from schizophrenia or some other severe mental disorder. He experienced terrible delusions and hallucinations that terrified those around him and made it impossible for him to carry out his duties as king. He believed at various times that he was made of glass and would shatter if touched, leading him to have iron rods sewn into his clothes to protect his fragile body. He sometimes denied that he had a wife and children, refusing to recognize his own family members. He ran wildly through the palace, convinced that enemies were pursuing him, until exhaustion finally forced him to collapse. During one particularly terrible episode early in his reign, before Catherine was born, Charles had been riding through the forest when he suddenly drew his sword and began attacking his own companions and guards, killing 4 of them before he could be subdued. For the rest of his life, he experienced recurring episodes of madness, during which he was completely unable to function as a king or even to recognize reality, and these episodes could last for weeks or even months at a time, leaving France essentially without a king for long stretches. With the king unable to govern, Catherine's mother, Queen Isabeau of Bavaria, had attempted to fill the power vacuum and rule France as regent. But Isabeau was a ruthless, unpopular, and controversial figure, and her attempt to govern France was marked by corruption, political infighting, and scandal. Rumours swirled around her. Accusations of adultery with various nobles, including the king's own brother, of incest, of embezzling enormous sums of money from the royal treasury for her own use, of neglecting and even abusing her children. Whether these accusations were true or merely the product of misogyny and political rivalry, we cannot know for certain. But they created a mistrustful atmosphere at the French court that must have been terrifying for the children growing up in it. Catherine and her siblings grew up in an environment of chaos, suspicion, fear, and material deprivation, despite being members of the royal family. There was never enough money for proper food or clothing, because so much of the royal revenue was being stolen or wasted. The children were shuttled from one residence to another as different factions fought for control of the court and the government. They never knew whom they could trust or what the next day would bring. They saw their father in his mad episodes, which must have been frightening and confusing for young children. They heard the terrible rumours about their mother and didn't know whether to believe them. Young Catherine, the youngest daughter, had been sent to live at the royal convent at Poissy when she was still a child, where she received an education appropriate for a princess, but was largely isolated from her family and from the tumultuous, violent events that were shaking the French kingdom to its foundations. The France of Catherine's childhood was tearing itself apart in civil war, with rival factions of nobles fighting viciously for control of the mad king and the government. The two main factions were the Burgundians, led by the Duke of Burgundy, and the Armagnacs, led by the Duke of Orléans, and later by the Count of Armagnac. These factions turned France into a battleground, massacring each other's supporters in the streets of Paris, seizing and holding the mad king as a puppet to legitimize their rule, plundering the royal treasury, and creating opportunities for the English to invade and conquer French territory, while the French were too busy fighting each other to mount an effective defense. It was in this context of French weakness, division, and chaos that King Henry V of England had launched his invasion and won his famous victories. And it was in this context that Catherine, despite being the daughter of a king, despite her royal blood and her position, found herself being treated as nothing more than a pawn in diplomatic negotiations, a valuable commodity to be traded in order to secure peace and political advantage. Catherine had been proposed as a bride for English princes several times during her childhood and adolescence, as English and French negotiators tried to find a diplomatic solution to the ongoing conflict. But these negotiations had repeatedly broken down over questions of dowry and territory. The English demanded enormous sums of money and the return of lands that had once belonged to English kings, and the French were either unable or unwilling to meet these demands. So the marriage proposals came to nothing, and Catherine remained unmarried while the war continued. Now, in 1420, at age 18, Catherine was finally to be married to the victorious King Henry, a man who was 33 years old, nearly twice her age. This was part of the Treaty of Troyes, one of the concessions that the French crown had to make in order to end the war, on terms that were not completely catastrophic. Catherine was said to be very beautiful, with fine features and graceful bearing, and when Henry finally met her in person at Moulins before the wedding, contemporary accounts suggest that the English king, who had shown little interest in romance or women up to this point in his life, became genuinely enamored with his young French bride. Whether Catherine felt any affection for Henry, or whether she simply accepted her fate as royal women were expected to do without complaint, we cannot know for certain. Royal marriages were political arrangements, not love matches. Princesses were expected to marry whomever their family's interests required them to marry, to go where they were sent, to produce heirs, and to support their husbands' political goals. Personal feelings, personal desires, personal happiness These were luxuries that princesses could not afford to consider. The marriage took place on June 2nd of 1420 at the parish church of St. John, or perhaps at Troy Cathedral in the city of Troy. It was a grand ceremony befitting the marriage of a king and a princess, with all the pomp and ritual that such occasions required. Catherine, who was reportedly quite beautiful and graceful, must have been nervous, but also relieved that the long uncertainty of her position was finally over, that she finally had a clear role and purpose, that she was escaping from the nightmare of the French court. King Henry had made a favourable impression on her when they met. He was not handsome in the conventional sense. He had a stern face marked by a scar from an arrow wound he had received in a battle years before. But he was strong, confident, successful, a warrior king at the height of his power and fame. Catherine could have done much worse, or at least Henry was not cruel or depraved, not mad like her father, not weak or ineffectual. He was a king who commanded respect, who had conquered half of France, who seemed destined for even greater glory. What we do know is that Catherine crossed the English Channel to England with her new husband and was crowned as Queen Consort of England in a magnificent ceremony at Westminster Abbey on February 23rd, 1421. The English people, proud of their victorious warrior king and eager to celebrate the new peace with France and England's triumphs in war, gave her an enthusiastic and warm welcome. She was feted with elaborate pageants and celebrations as she made her ceremonial way through the streets of London to Westminster Abbey. There were colourful processions, musical performances, theatrical presentations, fountains flowing with wine, elaborate decorations covering the buildings along the route. For a young woman who had known mainly hardship, fear, and uncertainty in her childhood and adolescence in France, this must have seemed like an extraordinary and almost miraculous transformation of fortune. Suddenly, she was not a neglected princess in a broken kingdom, but a celebrated queen in a powerful realm, cheered by crowds, honoured with ceremonies, residing in magnificent palaces, dressed in the finest clothes, attended by servants and ladies-in-waiting who catered to her every need. The English court welcomed her warmly. King Henry clearly doted on his young bride and showed her every attention and courtesy. The English nobles treated her with respect befitting a queen. The common people who saw her in processions and ceremonies were charmed by her beauty and grace. For a few brief, golden months, Catherine must have felt that her life had finally taken a turn for the better, that all the suffering and uncertainty of her childhood was behind her, that she had found security and perhaps even happiness. But Catherine's time as a cherished and celebrated queen, as the beloved wife of a powerful and successful king, would prove to be tragically, heartbreakingly brief, measured in months rather than years. In June of 1421, only a few months after her coronation in Westminster Abbey, King Henry was forced to return to France to continue his military campaigns there. The peace established by the Treaty of Troyes was fragile and incomplete, and much of southern France still resisted English rule and remained loyal to the Dauphin Charles, who refused to accept the treaty that had disinherited him. There were battles to be fought, territory to be conquered, rebellions to be suppressed, so Henry left his pregnant young wife behind in England, in the safety of his palaces, while he crossed the Channel once more to lead his armies in France. Catherine gave birth to a son on December 6, 1421, at Windsor Castle, one of the great royal palaces of England. The baby was named Henry, after his father, and as the son of the King of England and the designated heir to both the English and French thrones according to the Treaty of Troyes, he was perhaps the most important baby in all of Christendom, the future ruler of two great kingdoms. But the child's father, and the great warrior King Henry V, would never meet his son, would never hold the baby in his arms, would never see him grow or teach him the skills of kingship. While besieging the town of Meaux in France during his campaign, King Henry contracted dysentery, the scourge of medieval armies, a deadly disease that killed more soldiers than combat ever did. Despite the best efforts of his physicians, who tried every treatment they knew, but who had no effective remedies for such diseases, the 34-year-old king's condition steadily deteriorated. Henry lingered for weeks, growing weaker and weaker, knowing that he was dying, but trying to make provisions for his infant son and for the continuation of his conquests in France. He dictated his will, appointed regents to govern during his son's minority, gave instructions for the prosecution of the war. On August 31st, 1422, King Henry V died, just a few weeks before what would have been his 36th birthday. The great warrior king, the victor of Agincourt, the man who had seemed destined to unite the crowns of England and France under his rule and create an empire, was gone, leaving behind a widow not yet 21 years old and an infant son not yet 9 months old. Catherine's father, King Charles VI of France, died just a few weeks later in October of 1422, which meant that baby Henry was now, according to the terms of the Treaty of Troyes, simultaneously King Henry VI of England and King Henry VI of France, ruling over two kingdoms that had been bitter enemies for generations. But an infant cannot rule kingdoms, cannot make decisions, cannot lead armies or govern peoples, and so England and the English-controlled parts of France found themselves governed by a regency council made up of powerful nobles and churchmen, while in the parts of France that had not submitted to English rule, the Dauphin Charles claimed the French throne for himself and continued to resist English authority. For Catherine, now the Dowager Queen of England at the tender age of 20, the situation following Henry's death was complicated, precarious, and deeply uncertain. She was the mother of the reigning king, which gave her a certain status and importance in theory, but in practice she had very little actual power or influence over the government or even over her own life. She was a French princess in an English court, and a widow in a world that had no real place for widows. A young woman still in the prime of her life but expected to live out her days in dignified, quiet retirement. The government of England was firmly in the hands of the Regency Council, a body of powerful nobles and churchmen who had been appointed to rule in the young king's name until he came of age. The council was dominated by King Henry V's surviving brothers, John, Duke of Bedford, who served as regent in France and who was responsible for continuing the English military campaigns there and defending England's French conquests, and Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, who served as protector of England and who was the most powerful man in the kingdom during the young king's minority. These men, particularly Humphrey of Gloucester, who were concerned above all with prosecuting the war in France, maintaining English conquests against French resistance, managing the complex politics of the Regency, and advancing their own power and interests. They had little patience for, little interest in, and indeed considerable suspicion of Catherine, a young French widow who was the mother of their nephew the king, but who was also the daughter of the mad French king, who was their enemy, who spoke French as her native language, who had French sympathies and connections. King Henry V's will had specifically and deliberately directed that his widow Catherine should not be given any political role or authority in the government during their son's minority. This restriction was both an insult and a protection. It kept Catherine out of the dangerous, cutthroat political infighting that inevitably surrounded a royal minority and that often proved fatal to those who got caught up in it. But it also made painfully clear that she was not trusted to act in England's interests, that she was seen as potentially dangerous. As someone whose French background and connections made her suspect, Catherine was allowed to maintain a royal household with appropriate servants and attendants, befitting her status as the Queen Mother. She was given a generous financial settlement, a jointure that provided her with sufficient income to live in comfort and maintain the dignity appropriate to her rank. She was permitted to spend time with her young son Henry while he was still an infant and toddler, though as he grew older, he would be taken away to be raised by tutors and governors who would prepare him for his role as king, and Catherine's access to him would become more limited and formal. But Catherine was not given any voice in how her son was raised, any role in the government that ruled in his name, any opportunity to participate in the great affairs of state that were being decided around her. She was expected to appear at important ceremonies and state occasions, to sit in the honoured places reserved for the Queen Mother, to smile and be gracious and look beautiful and dignified. But beyond these ceremonial duties, she was essentially irrelevant to the actual business of governing the kingdom. In the early 1420s then, in the years immediately following her husband's death, Catherine found herself in an odd, uncomfortable, and ultimately intolerable position. She was a queen, the mother of a king, but not really a queen in any meaningful sense. She was wealthy, with a generous income, and the ability to maintain a luxurious lifestyle, but she was not free to do as she pleased, to travel where she wished, to make her own decisions about her life. She was still a young woman, barely into her 20s, healthy and beautiful and full of life, but she was expected to live out her days as a decorative figure, a beautiful statue placed in ceremonial settings but never allowed to truly live. For a young woman of spirit and intelligence, for someone who had survived the nightmare of the French court, and who had briefly experienced the power and excitement of being a celebrated queen, this enforced retirement must have been stifling, frustrating, and deeply unfair. Catherine had already been denied so much in her life: a normal childhood, a loving family, security, stability. Now, when she should have been in her prime, when she should have been raising her son, and perhaps finding some measure of happiness and fulfillment, she was being told to sit quietly in the corner and be grateful for the generous pension she had been given. Moreover, Catherine was acutely aware of her vulnerable position as a young, attractive widow. Medieval society had complicated and often contradictory attitudes toward widows. On the one hand, widows were expected to remain chaste and devoted to the memory of their dead husbands, to dress modestly, to live quietly, to gradually fade from public view. On the other hand, wealthy widows with property or income were seen as dangerous, or as potential sources of instability, because they might remarry, and their new husbands might use the widow's wealth and status to gain power and influence. This tension was especially acute when the widow in question was the mother of a reigning king. Catherine's remarriage could have enormous political implications. Any man who married her would become the stepfather of the King of England, would have intimate access to the young king, would be able to influence the king's education and development, might even be able to manipulate the king for his own purposes once the boy was old enough to start exercising real power. The Regency Council, especially Humphrey of Gloucester, was acutely aware of these dangers and was determined to prevent them. In 1428, when Catherine was 26 years old and had been a widow for 6 years, the Regency Council took steps to formalize and legalize the restrictions on her freedom. They secured the passage of a statute in Parliament, a law that was specifically designed to control Catherine's marital prospects and prevent her from making any marriage that might threaten the interests of the Regency Council or the stability of the kingdom. This law stated clearly and unambiguously that any man who married a queen dowager without the explicit permission of the king and his council would forfeit all his lands and possessions to the crown. The penalty was severe and absolute, not just a fine or a temporary loss of property, but complete and permanent forfeiture of everything one owned, and it was designed to make any potential suitor think very carefully before pursuing a relationship with Catherine, to ensure that no ambitious noble or courtier would be tempted to try to gain power and influence through marriage to the Queen Mother. Since King Henry VI was still a child, only 6 years old when this statute was passed, he was obviously incapable of giving meaningful permission for anything, let alone for his mother's remarriage. He could not understand the political implications, could not make an informed judgment about potential suitors, could not protect his own interests or his mother's. This meant that the effective power to approve or disapprove Catherine's remarriage rested entirely with the Regency Council, and particularly with Humphrey of Gloucester, who dominated the council and who was deeply suspicious of Catherine. And the Regency Council, particularly Humphrey, was highly unlikely to approve of any marriage that Catherine might want to make. Any suitor prominent and powerful enough to be an appropriate match for a former Queen of England would, by definition, be someone who might threaten the council's power and control. Any noble who married Catherine would immediately become a major political player, someone who could challenge Humphrey's authority, someone who might form a rival power base, someone who could potentially manipulate the young king against the wishes of his uncles and the Regency Council. So Catherine was trapped by this law, technically free to remarry, but in practice forbidden from doing so. She was free in theory, but bound and constrained in reality, unless she could somehow convince Humphrey of Gloucester and the other members of the Regency Council to approve a marriage, and Humphrey had every reason to refuse any such approval. She would remain unmarried for the rest of her life, living in comfortable but sterile retirement, growing old alone, never knowing love or companionship again. The statute had been passed in part because of rumours that Catherine had been having an affair, or at least a flirtation, with Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, a high-ranking nobleman who was well-connected and politically important. Beaufort was not just any noble. He was a member of the legitimised line descended from John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, and ultimately from King Edward III. And John of Gaunt had had children by his mistress, Catherine Swynford, before eventually marrying her and having those children legitimised by royal decree, creating the Beaufort family line. If Catherine married Beaufort and had children with him, those children would have their own claims to royal status, being descended from a queen on one side and from the legitimised royal line on the other. They could potentially become rivals to young King Henry, or complications in the royal succession. They could form the nucleus of a rival faction at court, a power base that could challenge the Regency Council. The Regency Council had been alarmed by this possibility, alarmed enough to take the extreme step of passing a statute specifically designed to prevent it. Whether Catherine actually had an affair with Edmund Beaufort, or whether the rumours were merely malicious gossip spread by her enemies at court, we cannot know for certain. Medieval courts were hotbeds of rumour and scandal, where reputations could be destroyed by whispers and innuendo, where a woman's virtue was always suspect and always vulnerable to attack. Catherine was young, beautiful, and French, which made her an easy target for rumours. The lack of any concrete evidence of an affair suggests that perhaps it was merely court gossip, the kind of salacious talk that always surrounded attractive widows. But the passage of the statute in 1428 suggests that the Regency Council was taking the possibility seriously enough to act. Whether real or imagined, the rumoured affair with Beaufort had consequences for Catherine. It confirmed the Regency Council's suspicions that she was dangerous, that she needed to be controlled and watched, that she could not be trusted to make appropriate decisions about her own life. It strengthened Humphrey of Gloucester's determination to keep her isolated and powerless, and it made clear that any future romantic relationship Catherine might pursue would be seen as a threat and would be opposed by the most powerful men in England. It was in this context, with Catherine legally forbidden to remarry, socially isolated from political power, emotionally lonely and unfulfilled, still young and vital but forced into a sterile, purposeless existence, that her relationship with Owen Tudor began. The exact circumstances and timing of their first meeting have been lost to history, swallowed by the secrecy that necessarily surrounded their relationship. We don't know precisely when they first encountered each other, or where, or under what circumstances, but we can make some educated guesses based on the fragments of information that have survived and on our understanding of how the royal household operated. Owen had entered royal service, probably in the household of Catherine's deceased husband, King Henry V, sometime in the early 1420s. By the middle years of that decade, he appears to have been attached in some capacity to Catherine's own household. Medieval royal households were complex organizations employing dozens or even hundreds of people in various roles. High-ranking nobles who served as advisors and companions, gentlemen and ladies who attended on the royal person, and esquires who performed various services, clerks who kept accounts and wrote letters, chaplains who provided spiritual guidance, servants who cooked and cleaned and maintained the buildings, guards who provided security. Owen's exact position in Catherine's household is not clearly documented, but various sources suggest that he may have been appointed as keeper of the Queen's wardrobe, a position that would have brought him into regular close contact with Catherine. The keeper of the wardrobe was responsible for managing the Queen's clothing and personal items, for ensuring that appropriate garments were available for different occasions, for maintaining and storing expensive fabrics and jewels, for supervising the servants who cleaned and repaired the Queen's possessions. It was a position of trust and responsibility, requiring regular interaction with the Queen herself to discuss her needs and preferences, and it would have given Owen legitimate reasons to be in Catherine's presence frequently. The legends that grew up around Catherine and Owen's romance suggest a fairy tale quality that captured people's imaginations for generations. These legends tell us something about how later generations wanted to believe the story unfolded, even if they may not be historically accurate in all their details. They reveal what people found romantic and compelling about the Owen Tudor story, the idea of a handsome, charming commoner capturing the heart of a beautiful queen through nothing but his personal qualities. One popular legend claimed that Owen, who had become a member of Catherine's household, first caught the Queen's attention when he accidentally fell into her lap while dancing at some court entertainment or celebration. According to this story, Owen had been drinking and was perhaps somewhat intoxicated when he lost his balance during a dance and tumbled into Catherine's lap in a thoroughly undignified manner. But rather than being offended by this breach of etiquette and protocol, rather than being angry at this presumptuous Welshman who had literally fallen on her, Catherine was intrigued. She found his embarrassment charming, his good looks attractive, his obvious discomfort amusing rather than offensive. Another version of the legend suggests that Catherine, curious about this attractive member of her household, secretly watched him as he went swimming in a pool or river. Medieval nobles did sometimes bathe or swim, particularly in summer, though it was not as common as in later centuries. According to this romantic story, Catherine saw Owen swimming and was struck by his physical beauty, by his strong physique and graceful movements. She liked what she saw, as the chroniclers delicately put it, and decided to pursue a closer acquaintance with this handsome Welshman. Yet another account, less colourful but perhaps more plausible, suggests that Owen's appointment as keeper of the Queen's wardrobe brought him into regular, legitimate contact with Catherine, and that their relationship developed naturally from these professional interactions. Catherine may have found Owen to be not just competent in his duties, but also intelligent, charming, and sympathetic. Unlike the English courtiers who surrounded her, who often viewed her with suspicion because of her French birth, Owen was himself an outsider, a Welshman in an English court, someone who understood what it felt like to be viewed as foreign and potentially dangerous. Owen may have shown Catherine kindness and respect that she received from few others. He may have listened to her when she spoke, treated her as a person rather than as a ceremonial figure, understood her loneliness and isolation. He may have made her laugh, which she had done far too little of in her difficult life. He may have reminded her that she was still young, still vital, still capable of feeling joy and affection and desire, not just a widow condemned to live out her days in sterile dignity. Whatever the exact circumstances of their first meeting, whatever sparked the initial attraction between them, we can understand why Catherine might have been drawn to Owen Tudor, why she might have looked with favour on this Welsh gentleman who was so far beneath her in rank and status. We must remember and truly understand what Catherine's situation was like in those years of the late 1420s. She was a young woman still in her 20s, a widow who had been married for barely 2 years to a man much older than herself, a man who had spent most of their brief marriage away at war, leading his armies in France. She had known little affection or stability in her entire life. Her childhood in France had been marked by her mad father's inability to provide any paternal care or protection, and by her mother's ruthless ambition and apparent lack of maternal warmth. She had been neglected, sometimes even deprived of basic necessities. He shuttled between different residences, caught up in the chaos of French Civil War. She had been married off at 18 to a foreign king she barely knew, for purely political reasons, to seal a treaty and end a war. She had been queen for less than 2 years before she was widowed. She had given birth to a son, who was immediately taken away from her to be raised as a king, with all the formality and distance that role required. She was allowed to see him occasionally, but he was not really hers. He belonged to England, to the crown, to his destiny as king. She could not simply cuddle him and play with him and watch him grow as ordinary mothers could with their children. Now she found herself in a foreign country, surrounded by people who spoke a language that was not her native tongue, who viewed her with suspicion because of her French birth, who saw her as a potential threat to be controlled, rather than as a person deserving of respect and kindness. She was expected to live out her days in dignified retirement, with no real purpose or role, no prospect of remarriage to someone of appropriate rank, no hope of returning to France even if she had wanted to. Her youth and beauty, her vitality and intelligence, her capacity for love and joy and passion, all of these things were supposed to simply be suppressed and ignored and wasted for the rest of her life. Is it any wonder that she might have looked with favour on a handsome young man who showed her attention and kindness? Is it surprising that she might have sought some measure of happiness and affection and human warmth in a situation that otherwise offered her so little? Can we blame her for wanting to feel like a woman again, not just a ceremonial figure or a decorative widow, but a living, breathing person with desires and dreams and the capacity for love? And Owen Tudor, for all that he was merely a Welsh gentleman, rather than a great English noble, had qualities that might have made him attractive to Catherine beyond just his physical appearance. He was educated and cultured, able to converse intelligently about history and literature and current events. He had courtly manners, having been trained from childhood in the skills and behaviours expected of a gentleman. He understood music and poetry, the arts that enriched life at medieval courts, He could ride and hunt and handle weapons with the skill expected of a man of his class. More importantly, perhaps, he was kind. He treated Catherine with respect and genuine affection, not because she was a queen or because he hoped to gain political advantage from her, but because he genuinely cared for her as a person. He listened when she spoke about her loneliness and her fears, her memories of childhood, and her worries about her son. He made her laugh with stories and jests. He showed her tenderness and passion, reminding her that she was still young and desirable, still capable of experiencing physical and emotional intimacy. And Owen was safe, in a way that any English noble would not have been. An English noble who pursued Catherine would have had his own political agenda, his own ambitions and plans, and his own faction and allies at court. He would have seen Catherine primarily as a means to power, as a way to become stepfather to the king and thus gain influence and authority. But Owen had no such ambitions, no faction supporting him, no realistic prospect of gaining political power through Catherine. He was not pursuing her for what she could do for him politically. He was pursuing her because he was genuinely attracted to her, because he cared for her, perhaps even because he loved her. For Owen Tudor, the situation was equally complex, but in very different ways. He was a Welsh gentleman in service at an English court, a member of a family marked by its participation in a failed rebellion against English rule, a man whose prospects for significant advancement were limited by both his nationality and his family's past. His position in Catherine's household was respectable, but not exalted. He would never command armies or govern provinces or sit on the king's council. The best he could hope for was to perform his duties competently, stay out of trouble, perhaps accumulate some modest wealth, and eventually retire to a small estate if he was fortunate. But now he found himself the object of attention from the Dowager Queen of England, one of the most high-ranking women in the entire kingdom. This beautiful, lonely young queen seemed to be interested in him, seemed to enjoy his company, seemed to see something in him beyond just a competent servant. What must he have felt? Surely he was attracted to Catherine. She was young and beautiful and intelligent and refined, everything that a man could want in a woman. But he must also have been terrified of the consequences if their relationship became public, aware of the enormous social gulf between them, conscious that he was playing with fire by allowing himself to become involved with her. What if they were discovered? What if the Regency Council learned that the Queen Dowager was having an affair with a mere Welsh gentleman, a man whose family had supported the Glyndŵr rising? Owen could be arrested, imprisoned, executed for his presumption. His family could be punished. He could lose everything. And yet, despite these very real dangers, Owen allowed the relationship to develop. Perhaps his feelings for Catherine overcame his natural caution. Perhaps Catherine was insistent and he could not resist her. Perhaps they both convinced themselves that they could keep the relationship secret and that they could steal some happiness together without anyone ever finding out. The relationship that developed between Catherine and Owen was conducted in secret, at least initially, because it had to be. They had to be extraordinarily careful because the risks of discovery were so great. For Catherine, discovery would mean scandal, humiliation, probably forced retirement to a nunnery to live out her days in religious seclusion as punishment for her impropriety. For Owen, discovery could mean imprisonment, forfeiture of his modest possessions, possibly even execution if the Regency Council decided to make an example of him. Several factors made their relationship particularly scandalous and dangerous beyond just the risk of breaking the 1428 statute. First, there was the enormous social gulf between them. Catherine was not just any noble lady. She was a former Queen of England, a daughter of the King of France, a princess of royal blood, the mother of the reigning King of England. She was literally one of the highest-ranking women in all of Christendom. Owen was a Welsh gentleman, a man of respectable but not exalted birth, someone who would normally never even dream of approaching a woman of Catherine's rank. Medieval society was rigidly hierarchical, with strict rules about who could associate with whom, who could marry whom, what kinds of relationships were appropriate between people of different ranks. A queen marrying a gentleman was not just unusual, it was almost unthinkable. A violation of the very structure of society, a confusion of the proper order of things that medieval people believed had been ordained by God himself. Queens married kings or princes or at least great nobles. They did not marry gentlemen or courtiers or servants. Second, there was the fact that Catherine was not free to remarry at all, to anyone, without the permission of the king and council. Permission that would almost certainly be refused for any suitor. The 1428 statute made this clear. Catherine was supposed to remain a widow for the rest of her life, chaste and devoted to the memory of her dead husband, gradually fading from public view as she aged. Any romantic relationship at all, let alone a marriage, was forbidden to her. She was supposed to suppress any desires or longings she might have, to live out her days in celibate retirement. Third, there was the question of political implications, and any man who married Catherine would become the stepfather of the King of England, would have access to the young king, would be able to influence his upbringing and education, might even be able to manipulate him for political purposes. The Regency Council, especially Humphrey of Gloucester, was intensely suspicious of any such possibility and would react with extreme hostility to any marriage Catherine might make. So Catherine and Owen had to be extraordinarily discreet. They could not meet openly or acknowledge any special relationship between them. They had to conduct their romance in private, in moments stolen from their public duties, in quiet corners away from the eyes of servants and courtiers, in settings where their meetings would not arouse suspicion or comment. Medieval royal households offered both challenges and opportunities for such secret meetings. On the one hand, the household was always full of people, servants, attendants, guards, visitors. True privacy was rare, and there were always eyes watching, always ears listening, always someone who might see something unusual and report it to their superiors. On the other hand, the constant activity and the complexity of the household also created opportunities for secret meetings. If Owen had legitimate business that brought him regularly to Catherine's apartments, as he would have if he was indeed keeper of her wardrobe, then his presence there would not be suspicious. If he was careful about when and how he visited, if Catherine was discreet about dismissing her ladies-in-waiting at convenient moments, and they might be able to snatch moments together without arousing suspicion. We can imagine the tension and excitement of their secret romance, the thrill of stolen moments together, of glances exchanged across crowded rooms that no one else would understand, of quiet conversations in corners where they thought no one could overhear, the constant awareness of danger, the knowledge that discovery could come at any moment and destroy everything, the need to maintain perfect composure in public, to show no special attention to each other when others were watching, to hide their feelings behind masks of formal courtesy. We can imagine Catherine's ladies-in-waiting gossiping among themselves, wondering why the Queen sometimes seemed happier than usual, why she sometimes smiled for no apparent reason, why she sometimes asked to be left alone, when normally she would want company. We can imagine the careful planning that would have been required for each meeting, the elaborate precautions, the cover stories and excuses. We can imagine the moments of fear when they thought they had been discovered, when someone came unexpectedly into a room, or when a servant seemed to look at them with knowing eyes. But despite all the dangers and difficulties, despite all the reasons why they should have ended the relationship before it went too far. Catherine and Owen continued to meet, continued to deepen their connection, continued to fall in love. For Catherine, Owen represented everything she had been denied: genuine affection, physical intimacy, the feeling of being valued for herself rather than for her status, and the experience of being truly alive rather than just existing in sterile retirement. For Owen, Catherine represented a love he had never expected to find, a connection with someone who understood his own sense of being an outsider, a chance at happiness despite all the obstacles that society and politics placed in their way. At some point, probably around 1429 or 1430, Catherine and Owen made a decision that was both brave and reckless, romantic and dangerous. They decided to marry. This was not just a continuation of their secret romance. This was a formal, binding commitment, a marriage that in the eyes of God and the Church would be as valid and permanent as any royal wedding, even if it could never be publicly acknowledged or celebrated. The marriage was almost certainly conducted in secret, and with no public ceremony, no announcement, no official record that would survive in the archives of church or state, no witnesses whose testimony would make it into the historical documents that scholars would later study. We know the marriage happened because of the consequences that followed, the children that were born, the reactions of the Regency Council when they eventually discovered what had occurred. But the exact details of when and where and how Catherine and Owen were married remain shrouded in mystery and will probably never be fully known. Medieval marriages did not require elaborate public ceremonies to be valid. In the eyes of the Church, what made a marriage real and binding was the mutual consent of the parties involved, expressed in the proper form and in the presence of witnesses. But a simple exchange of vows before a priest and a couple of witnesses, even in a private chapel or a bedroom, could create a valid marriage that the Church would recognize as binding. Catherine and Owen probably arranged for such a ceremony, finding a priest who could be trusted to keep the secret and a few loyal servants or friends who would serve as witnesses. The marriage was almost certainly illegal under the terms of the 1428 statute, which required Catherine to obtain permission from the king and council before remarrying, permission that she certainly had not obtained and could not have obtained without revealing the identity of her intended husband, which would have resulted in immediate and absolute refusal. By marrying Owen in secret, Catherine was deliberately and consciously breaking the law, risking severe punishment if she were discovered. But Catherine and Owen apparently decided that they would rather have each other and risk the consequences than live separately in lonely compliance with an unjust law. It was a brave decision, demonstrating genuine courage and commitment to each other. It was also a romantic decision, the kind of love story that would later inspire poets and playwrights. A queen giving up her comfortable life and her position for love of a commoner. A man daring to love someone far above his station and willing to risk everything to be with her. And it was a decision that would have enormous historical consequences, though neither Catherine nor Owen could possibly have known that at the time. They were not thinking about history or dynasties or the future of England. They were simply two people in love. I'm trying to find some happiness in a world that seemed determined to keep them apart. After their secret marriage, Catherine and Owen continued to live much as they had before, maintaining the pretense that they were simply queen and servant, maintaining their public roles while conducting their real relationship in private. Catherine continued to appear at court ceremonies and functions, continued to maintain her royal household, continued to play her ceremonial role as the king's mother. Owen continued to serve in her household, continued to perform his duties as a courtier, continued to show her only the formal respect and courtesy that any servant would show his queen. But behind closed doors, away from the eyes of the court, they were husband and wife. They shared a bed, they shared their thoughts and fears and dreams, and they built a life together, even though that life had to be kept completely secret from the world. It must have been both wonderful and terribly difficult, the joy of being together tempered by the constant need for secrecy, the happiness of their love shadowed by the fear of discovery. The marriage between Catherine and Owen produced children, which is the strongest and most irrefutable evidence we have that the marriage actually occurred. Medieval people might have been willing to overlook a romantic affair between a queen and a servant as a private matter of little real importance, something to gossip about, but not necessarily to punish severely. But children could not be hidden or ignored, especially children born to a former Queen of England. Children made the relationship impossible to deny, impossible to dismiss as mere rumour or gossip. Catherine gave birth to at least 3 sons and possibly as many as 5 children in total during her secret marriage to Owen Tudor. Each birth must have been a time of both joy and terror. Joy at the new life they had created together, terror at the increased risk of discovery, fear about what would happen when the Regency Council inevitably learned about the children and realised what Catherine and Owen had done. The first and eldest son was Edmund Tudor, born around 1430, probably at Much Haddam Palace in Hertfordshire. Much Haddam was one of the properties belonging to the bishops of London, a rural manor house away from the scrutiny of the court, and Catherine was apparently using it as a residence during this period, perhaps precisely because it offered more privacy than the royal palaces in or near London. Edmund would go on to become the Earl of Richmond and, most importantly for history, the father of the future King Henry VII, the first monarch of the Tudor dynasty. Through Edmund, Owen Tudor's bloodline would ascend to the throne of England and would rule for more than a century. The second son was Jasper Tudor, born in November of 1431 at the Bishop of Ely's Manor at Hatfield in Hertfordshire, another rural property that offered relative privacy and seclusion. Jasper would become the Earl of Pembroke and would play a crucial, indispensable role in his nephew Henry Tudor's eventual victory and accession to the throne. He would be a warrior, a commander, a loyal supporter of the Lancastrian cause through decades of defeat and exile, and one of the most important political and military figures in Wales during the Wars of the Roses. Without Jasper's unwavering loyalty and military skill, the Tudor dynasty might never have come to power. There was also a third son, whose name and ultimate fate remains somewhat uncertain and disputed among historians. Various sources call him Edward Tudor or Owen Tudor, and the confusion about his name reflects the general lack of reliable, detailed information about this child. What we do know from the limited sources available is that he apparently became a monk of the Order of St. Benedict, probably at Westminster Abbey, taking religious vows and withdrawing from the secular world. The historian Polydore Virgil, are writing in the early 16th century, during the reign of Henry VIII, mentioned this son, but did not provide a specific name. Later, historians and genealogists tried to fill in the gaps in the record, but without complete success or certainty. According to some accounts, this third son did not live long after taking his monastic vows. Virgil says he lived not long after becoming a monk. Whether he died of disease, accident, or simply didn't thrive in the monastic life, we don't know. Some sources claim he was buried in the chapel of St. Blaise in Westminster Abbey, near the tomb of Abbot Nicholas Litlington. However, modern historical research has complicated this picture. One 20th century historian showed that no monk named either Edward or Owen Tudor can be found in the surviving records of Westminster Abbey from this period. raising questions about whether the traditional accounts are accurate, or whether this son entered religious life under a different name or at a different abbey. Some historians have suggested that there may have been additional children beyond these three sons. There are claims that Catherine and Owen had a daughter named Margaret, who died in infancy, probably in 1436, and whose death may have been one of the factors that contributed to Catherine's own decline and death shortly afterward. The loss of a child would have been devastating for any parents, and medieval infant mortality was tragically high. But the loss would have been compounded by the fact that Catherine and Owen could not openly mourn their daughter, could not give her a public funeral with the dignity and ceremony appropriate for a princess, could not even publicly acknowledge her existence. There are also claims that another daughter named Jacina survived and eventually married Lord Grey de Wilton, though the evidence for this is not conclusive, and some historians question whether this Jacina was actually Catherine and Owen's daughter, or perhaps a daughter of Owen from another relationship. The confusion about the exact number and names of Catherine and Owen's children reflects the secrecy that necessarily surrounded their marriage, and the lack of official records documenting births that had to be kept hidden. What is absolutely clear and indisputable is that for several years in the early 1430s, Catherine and Owen lived together as husband and wife, raising their children in relative privacy, away from the intense scrutiny of the court and the dangerous politics of the Regency Council. They could not live openly as a married couple, could not announce their marriage publicly, could not give their children the acknowledgement and status that normally would have come from being the sons and daughters of a queen. But they apparently found some measure of genuine happiness together, created a family together, built a life together, even if that life had to remain hidden from the world. We can imagine what their family life might have been like during those years. Catherine playing with her young sons Edmund and Jasper, reading to them or singing to them as mothers do, teaching them their prayers and their letters, watching them grow and develop their personalities. Owen teaching the boys to ride, perhaps telling them stories of Wales and of their proud family heritage, preparing them for whatever future might await them. Catherine and Owen stealing moments alone together when the children were with nurses or sleeping, cherishing their time together, knowing that it could not last forever, knowing that eventually the secret would come out and they would face the consequences. These must have been, despite all the stress and fear and secrecy, some of the happiest years of Catherine's life. She had a husband who truly loved her, children she could actually mother and watch grow, and a real family of her own, rather than just the ceremonial role of being the king's mother. She was living as a real person, not just as a figurehead or a statue placed in ceremonial settings. She was experiencing love and intimacy, and the simple joys of family life that had been denied to her for so much of her difficult existence. But this private happiness could not last forever. The secret was simply too big to keep indefinitely, no matter how careful Catherine and Owen were. People talk, servants gossip, and in the small, interconnected world of the medieval court, where everyone knew everyone else's business, it was inevitable that rumours would start to spread. How does a former queen give birth to multiple children over several years without anyone noticing? Where do these children come from? Who is their father? Even if the births themselves were kept secret, even if the children were hidden away in rural manor houses, eventually someone would see something, hear something, put pieces together. By 1436, after approximately 6 or 7 years of successfully maintaining their secret, the truth about Catherine's marriage to Owen Tudor finally became public knowledge, known to the Regency Council and spreading through the court in whispered conversations and shocked gossip. We don't know exactly how the secret was revealed, whether someone deliberately betrayed them, whether the evidence simply became too obvious to ignore, whether Catherine or Owen made some mistake that exposed them, or whether the Regency Council finally decided to investigate rumours that had been circulating for years. What we do know is that once the secret was out, the consequences were swift, severe, and devastating. The Regency Council, and particularly Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, reacted with anger and outrage to the news that the Queen Dowager had secretly married a Welsh gentleman in defiance of the law and in contempt of the council's authority. This was not just a scandal. It was a direct challenge to their power, a demonstration that Catherine did not respect their authority or fear their punishment. Catherine, now 35 years old and apparently in declining health, retired to Bermondsey Abbey, a religious house in Surrey just outside of London. Bermondsey Abbey was a Cluniac monastery, following the stricter religious rule of the Cluniac order, known for its emphasis on prayer and religious observance. Whether Catherine went to Bermondsey voluntarily, seeking religious retreat and peace as she felt her death approaching and wanted to prepare her soul, or whether she was forced to retire there by the Regency Council as a way of punishing her and removing her from court and public view, we cannot say with complete certainty. The sources are not clear on this point, and both scenarios are plausible. It's possible that Catherine, realizing that her secret was exposed and that punishment was inevitable, chose to retire voluntarily to a religious house rather than face public humiliation and possible imprisonment. Medieval people often retreated to monasteries and convents when they felt death approaching or when they wanted to atone for sins, and Catherine may have felt the need to make peace with God before she died. She may have been genuinely remorseful about breaking her vows to remain chaste, about defying the law, about the scandal she had caused. She may have wanted to spend her final months in prayer and contemplation, preparing her soul for the judgment she would face after death. Alternatively, it's possible that the Regency Council, furious at Catherine's defiance and wanting to punish her, while also removing her from public view so the scandal would die down, ordered her to retire to Bermondsey Abbey. This would have been a relatively merciful punishment compared to what could have been done. She was not thrown into a dungeon, not stripped of all her property and income, not put on public trial, but retirement to a religious house, while it might look voluntary, was effectively a form of imprisonment for someone of Catherine's rank. And once she entered the abbey, she would be expected to live according to the abbey's rules, to attend religious services multiple times per day, to live simply and soberly, to give up all worldly pleasures and pursuits. She would be isolated from her children, from Owen, from the world she had known. Catherine did not remain at Bermondsey Abbey for long. On January 3rd, 1437, just a few months after her retirement to the abbey, Catherine of Valois died. She was only 35 years old, far too young by any standard, dying decades before she should have, if she had lived a normal lifespan, for someone of her class and advantages. Her life, which had promised so much when she married Henry V and became Queen of England, had been cut tragically short. The cause of Catherine's death is not recorded with precision in the surviving sources, leaving us to speculate based on the fragmentary evidence we have. Some sources suggest that she died shortly after giving birth to her daughter Margaret, who also died in infancy, which would suggest that complications from childbirth may have been responsible for her death. Medieval childbirth was dangerous even for wealthy women with access to the best medical care available. Infections, hemorrhaging, and other complications killed many women in the prime of their lives. If Catherine did die from childbirth complications, it would have been a particularly cruel end for a woman who had already suffered so much. Other accounts indicate that she had been suffering from some kind of chronic illness for several months before her death, and a wasting disease that gradually weakened her body and eventually killed her. The lack of specificity in these accounts makes it impossible to know what disease might have been responsible. It could have been tuberculosis, which was common in medieval England, and which gradually destroyed the lungs. It could have been some form of cancer, which medieval doctors had no way of treating effectively. It could have been any number of other conditions. A much later source, written long after Catherine's death, claims that she died of breast cancer, though this diagnosis cannot be verified with certainty and may have been merely a guess by a later writer trying to explain her early death. Medieval medicine had very limited understanding of cancer, though doctors recognized that certain growths and tumors could be fatal. If Catherine did have breast cancer, there would have been nothing her physicians could do for her except try to ease her pain with herbal remedies and hope for a miracle. Whatever the specific cause, Catherine's death came tragically, heartbreakingly early, cutting short a life that had known far more sorrow than joy, far more suffering than happiness. In her 35 years, Catherine had experienced the chaos of growing up with a mad father and a ruthless, neglectful mother, the loneliness of being sent away to a convent as a child, the trauma of civil war tearing apart her homeland, the fear and uncertainty of being used as a political pawn in negotiations between England and France, the stress of being married off to a foreign king she barely knew, the brief happiness of being a celebrated queen, followed by the devastating loss of her husband after less than 2 years of marriage, the frustration of being a powerless widow, the secret joy of finding love with Owen Tudor and having a family with him, and finally the fear and shame of having her secret exposed and being forced into retirement. For a woman who deserved so much better, who deserved love and security and happiness, Catherine's life had been marked by loss and disappointment from beginning to end. Her few years with Owen Tudor, her secret marriage and her hidden children may have been the only real happiness she ever knew. And now even that was gone, taken away by illness and death. Catherine was buried at Westminster Abbey in the Lady Chapel, as befitted her status as a former Queen Consort of England. Her funeral would have been a grand ceremonial affair, with all the pomp and dignity and religious solemnity due to a royal personage. The abbey would have been filled with nobles and clergy, all dressed in black mourning clothes, all participating in the elaborate funeral mass that the church prescribed for the burial of queens. Catherine's body would have been carried in procession through the abbey, followed by her mourners, while priests chanted prayers for the repose of her soul. But there was a strange and somewhat macabre sequel to Catherine's burial that would unfold over the following centuries, a bizarre series of events that showed remarkable disrespect for her remains. Her original tomb boasted a beautiful alabaster memorial, an elaborate monument commemorating her life and status as queen, undecorated with her coat of arms and with appropriate religious symbols. It would have been a fitting tribute to her memory, a permanent marker of her place in English history. But during the reign of her grandson, King Henry VII, when the Lady Chapel of Westminster Abbey was demolished and rebuilt as a magnificent new mausoleum for the Tudor dynasty, Catherine's memorial was destroyed. The chapel was torn down to make way for Henry's grander vision, and in the process, Catherine's tomb was demolished. Some historians have suggested, though we cannot prove it definitively, that Henry VII deliberately ordered the destruction of his grandmother's memorial as a way of distancing himself from what he saw as the embarrassing circumstances of his family's origins. After all, for Henry's claim to the throne was tenuous enough without drawing attention to the fact that his grandfather Owen Tudor had been merely a Welsh gentleman of modest rank, or that his grandmother's secret marriage had been technically illegal, or that the entire Tudor dynasty owed its existence to a scandalous love affair between a queen and a commoner. Better, perhaps, to let Catherine's memorial disappear and to focus instead on Henry's connection to the Lancastrian royal line through his mother, Margaret Beaufort, which provided a more respectable and legitimate basis for his claim to the throne. Whatever the reason for the destruction of Catherine's memorial, whether deliberate policy or mere carelessness during the reconstruction of the chapel, it had an unintended and deeply disturbing consequence. When Catherine's coffin was moved during the reconstruction work, its lid was somehow raised or broken, exposing Catherine's corpse to view. Medieval embalming techniques, when properly and carefully executed by skilled practitioners, could preserve a body remarkably well, using various herbs and spices and other substances to prevent decay. Catherine's remains apparently still retained much of their form decades after her death, her features still recognizable, her body still relatively intact. Rather than being properly and respectfully reinterred immediately, rather than being sealed away in a new tomb where she could rest in peace, the exposed body became, incredibly and grotesquely, a kind of tourist attraction. For generations, for more than 3 centuries, visitors to Westminster Abbey could view the uncovered, unburied remains of Catherine of Valois, lying exposed in her broken coffin. The Abbey apparently saw no problem with this situation, or perhaps they saw it as a way to attract curious visitors who would make donations to the Abbey in exchange for the privilege of viewing a queen's corpse. The most famous person to take advantage of this bizarre opportunity was the diarist Samuel Pepys, one of the most important literary figures of the 17th century, whose detailed diary provides invaluable insights into life in Restoration England. Pepys recorded in his diary, with remarkable specificity and lack of shame, that on Shrove Tuesday in 1669, he went to Westminster Abbey and, with special permission from the Abbey authorities, was able to see and even touch the body of Queen Catherine. And with his characteristic attention to detail, Pepys wrote, "I had the upper part of the body in my hands, and I did kiss her mouth. Reflecting upon it, I did kiss a queen. And this my birthday, and I 36 years old, and I did kiss a queen." This grotesque situation, a queen's remains left exposed and unburied for centuries, treated as a curiosity rather than as the body of a human being deserving of respect and dignity, touched and kissed by tourists and curiosity seekers, was finally ended during the reign of Queen Victoria in the 19th century. Victoria, who took a strong interest in royal history and who had a romantic view of past queens, was horrified when she learned about the treatment of Catherine's remains. In 1878, more than 4 centuries after Catherine's death, her body was finally properly reinterred in Henry V's Chantry Chapel at Westminster Abbey, where it remains to this day in a place of honour. A wooden funeral effigy that had been carried at Catherine's original funeral in 1437 survives and is now on display in Westminster Abbey's Undercroft Museum, providing a haunting reminder of what Catherine looked like. Such funeral effigies were common for royal funerals. They were carved to resemble the deceased as closely as possible, and were dressed in royal robes and placed on top of the coffin during the funeral procession. Catherine's effigy is one of the earliest and best preserved examples of such an effigy in Europe, and it shows us the face of this remarkable woman whose love story changed English history. For Owen Tudor, Catherine's death was an absolute catastrophe, a disaster that destroyed his world and put him in terrible danger. Catherine had been his protector, his sponsor, the source of his position and status at court. As long as Catherine lived, Owen had a certain degree of immunity from the full consequences of his presumptuous marriage to the Queen. Catherine's status, her income, her position as the mother of the reigning king, all of these things provided Owen with some protection, made the Regency Council hesitate to move against him too aggressively. But with Catherine dead and buried, Owen found himself suddenly vulnerable exposed, defenceless against his enemies. The Duke of Gloucester, who had always been hostile to Owen and deeply suspicious of his influence over Catherine, moved swiftly and decisively to neutralize what he saw as a threat and to punish what he viewed as an intolerable presumption. How dare this Welsh gentleman, this member of a family that had supported rebels against the English crown, presume to marry the Queen Dowager of England? How dare he produce children with her, children who were half-brothers to the reigning king, children who might someday claim status or power based on their mother's royal blood? Almost immediately after Catherine's death, probably within days or weeks of her burial, Owen was arrested by the Regency Council's agents and imprisoned in Newgate Prison, one of London's most notorious and feared jails. Newgate had a terrible reputation. It was overcrowded, filthy, disease-ridden, violent, a place where prisoners were crammed together in dark cells, and where food was scarce and sanitation was non-existent, where prisoners regularly died of typhus and other diseases, where the strong preyed on the weak and guards could be bribed to provide better treatment, or could be paid to make prisoners' lives even more miserable. The charges against Owen are not entirely clear from the surviving official records, which are frustratingly incomplete and vague on this point, but they almost certainly involved his illegal marriage to the Queen Dowager in violation of the 1428 statute. Under the terms of that law, which was still in force, Owen should have forfeited all his lands and possessions to the crown for having married Catherine without the required permission from the king and council. Since Owen apparently did not own much in the way of real estate or significant property, this punishment would have been more symbolic than practically significant. He had little to forfeit beyond his personal possessions and perhaps some modest savings. More seriously, much more dangerously for Owen, he was separated from his children. Edmund and Jasper, now about 6 and 5 years old respectively, were taken away from their father and placed in the care of Catherine de la Pole, the abbess of Barking Abbey in Essex. The abbess was the sister of William de la Pole, the Duke of Suffolk, who was one of King Henry VI's closest advisers and supporters at court. The boys would remain in the abbess's care from July 1437 to March 1442, a period of nearly 5 years during their crucial early childhood. This arrangement was actually relatively fortunate for the boys, and despite the trauma of being separated from their father, the abbess of Barking was a woman of education, refinement, and considerable wealth. Barking Abbey was one of the richest and most prestigious religious houses for women in all of England, and the abbess was an important figure in church and society. She was instructed to provide Edmund and Jasper with food, clothing, lodging, and education appropriate to their status as the half-brothers of the king, even though that status was not yet officially recognized or acknowledged. Under the abbess's care, the boys would have received an education suitable for young noblemen. They would have learned to read and write in English, French, and Latin. They would have studied scripture and theology. They would have learned arithmetic and accounts. They would have been trained in the physical skills expected of noble boys: riding, hunting, swordsmanship, archery. They would have learned courtly manners and proper behaviour. In many ways, their time at Barking Abbey prepared them for the roles they would eventually play as earls and royal advisers. But the separation from their father must have been traumatic for young Edmund and Jasper. They were taken from the only parent they had left, their mother recently dead, their father arrested, and placed in the care of strangers in a religious house. They must have been confused and frightened, wondering what would happen to them, whether they would ever see their father again, what their future would hold. And they were old enough to understand that something terrible had happened, but too young to fully comprehend the political forces that were shaping their lives. For Owen, imprisoned in the nightmarish conditions of Newgate Prison, separated from his beloved children, Having just lost his beloved wife, the situation must have seemed absolutely hopeless and desperate. He had lost everything that mattered to him. Catherine was dead, his children were taken away, his freedom was gone, his future looked bleak. He faced the very real possibility of spending years in prison, perhaps even the rest of his life, or of being executed as punishment for his presumption in marrying the Queen. Newgate Prison was not designed for long-term incarceration of prisoners. It was primarily a holding facility where accused criminals were kept while awaiting trial, or where convicts were held for short periods before being executed or transported elsewhere. The conditions were deliberately harsh, intended to punish and break prisoners rather than to reform them. The cells were dark, cold, damp, rat-infested. Prisoners were often shackled to prevent escape. Food was minimal. Prisoners who had no money or friends to bring them food often starved. Disease was rampant, spreading quickly in the close quarters. But Owen was resourceful, determined, and apparently had allies or supporters willing to help him even in his desperate circumstances. In early 1438, just a few months after his arrest, Owen managed to escape from Newgate Prison, a feat that suggests either that he had help from sympathizers on the outside or inside, or that security at the prison was less rigorous than it should have been, or perhaps both. Medieval prisons did not have the sophisticated security systems of modern facilities. They relied primarily on thick walls, locked doors, guards and chains to keep prisoners contained. If a prisoner had help from corrupted guards, or if he had friends who could provide tools or bribes, escape was possible, though still extremely difficult and dangerous. Owen fled immediately to his native Wales, where he could find refuge and safety among his kinsmen and supporters, among people who were unlikely to turn him over to English authorities, who might even help him hide and evade capture. Wales was still a place where Welsh identity and Welsh loyalty mattered, where a Welshman could disappear into the mountains and valleys, and where the authority of the English crown was less absolute than in England itself. Owen probably made his way to Anglesey, to the lands of his family, where he had connections and where people would protect him. But Owen's freedom and his return to Wales did not last long. In July of 1438, just a few months after his escape, Owen was recaptured by English authorities and brought back to England, this time to be imprisoned in a much more secure location. He was taken to Windsor Castle, one of the great royal fortresses of England, a massive stone castle with thick walls and strong towers, a place from which escape was virtually impossible. Windsor was much more secure than Newgate, and it was also much more comfortable. Prisoners held at Windsor were typically of high status, and they were treated with more consideration than common criminals in city jails. For more than a year, from July 1438 through most of 1439, Owen remained locked up at Windsor Castle, a prisoner of the Regency Council, with no clear indication of when or whether he might be released, what his ultimate fate might be, whether he would rot in prison for decades or eventually be pardoned or perhaps even be executed. It must have been a terrible time for Owen. The uncertainty, the separation from his children, the grief over Catherine's death, the fear about his future, the boredom and frustration of the imprisonment. But Owen had one powerful potential ally whom he had not yet been able to reach, one person who might have both the power and the inclination to help him. His stepson, King Henry VI. Henry had been only 9 months old when his father, King Henry V, died, and he had grown up under the control and domination of the Regency Council, with little real power or authority of his own. The Regency Council, led by his uncles the Duke of Bedford and the Duke of Gloucester, had ruled in his name but had made all the actual decisions, treating him as a figurehead rather than as a real king. But by the late 1430s, Henry was approaching adulthood. He was born in December 1421, so he was about 17 years old in 1439. There were growing questions and discussions about when he would be allowed to take control of his own government and begin to rule as a king in fact as well as in name. The Regency Council was reluctant to give up power, but they also recognized that Henry could not remain under their control forever, that eventually he would have to be allowed to exercise real authority. It's not entirely clear when Henry first became fully aware of his mother's secret marriage to Owen Tudor and of the existence of his half-brothers Edmund and Jasper. Catherine may have told him about it before her death, during their final meetings, when she felt her end approaching and wanted to make some provision for her other children, and wanted her eldest son to know about his brothers, or he may have learned about it only after her death, when the scandal became public and when Edmund and Jasper were placed in the care of the Abbess of Barking. Either way, by 1439, Henry certainly knew about the situation and had had time to think about it and form his own opinions. Henry's reaction to learning about his mother's secret marriage appears to have been remarkably generous, understanding and compassionate, which tells us something important about his character. By all contemporary accounts, Henry was a gentle, kind-hearted, pious man, deeply religious and more interested in learning, prayer and piety than in the exercise of political power or military glory. Unlike his warrior father Henry V, who had lived for battle and conquest, this Henry had no taste for warfare or political intrigue or the ruthless exercise of power. He seems to have been genuinely pleased and touched to discover that he had half-brothers, and he wanted to help them and their father Owen, despite the scandal and irregularity of the circumstances of their birth, and despite the opposition of some members of his council. In November of 1439, King Henry VI personally intervened on Owen Tudor's behalf, using his royal authority to grant Owen an official pardon for his illegal marriage to Queen Catherine. The pardon was a formal legal document that cleared away all the charges against Owen and freed him from any punishment for having violated the 1428 statute. It was an act of royal mercy, an exercise of the king's prerogative to forgive offences and restore those who had fallen from grace. The pardon allowed Owen to be released from Windsor Castle after more than a year of imprisonment, but Henry's generosity went well beyond simply pardoning Owen and setting him free. The young king also restored to Owen any lands or properties that had been confiscated as a result of his illegal marriage, though again, Owen seems not to have owned much in the way of significant real estate, so this restoration was more symbolic than materially important. More significantly and more generously, Henry granted Owen a substantial pension of £100 per year, paid from the royal treasury. In medieval England, £100 per year was a considerable sum of money, enough to allow a gentleman to live comfortably, to maintain a household, to dress appropriately for his station, to participate in society without embarrassment about his financial situation. It was not the kind of vast wealth that great nobles enjoyed, but it was far more than Owen could have earned through his own efforts, or than he would have had access to from his family's resources. Most importantly, Henry gave Owen a position at his court, restoring him to royal service and giving him a role in the king's household. This was crucial because it gave Owen status and legitimacy. It provided him with a regular income beyond just the pension. It put him under the king's protection, and it allowed him to be near the court and stay informed about what was happening with his sons, Edmund and Jasper. This remarkable series of actions, the pardon, the restoration of property, the generous pension, the position at court, reveals a great deal about King Henry VI's character and his attitude toward his family. Henry could easily have left Owen to rot in prison, or he could have simply pardoned him and sent him away to Wales to live in obscurity. Instead, Henry went out of his way to restore Owen's fortunes, to provide for him financially, to give him a place at court, to treat him with dignity and generosity despite the scandal. Henry's motivation seems to have been a mixture of several factors. First, there was genuine family affection. Owen was his stepfather, the man his mother had loved, the father of his half-brothers. Henry seems to have felt that Owen deserved better treatment than the harsh punishment the Regency Council had inflicted on him. Second, there was a sense of justice. Henry may have felt that the 1428 statute was unjust, that his mother should have been free to remarry if she chose, and that the Regency Council had been wrong to try to control her life so completely. Third, there may have been a desire to honour his mother's memory. By treating Owen well, Henry was respecting his mother's choices and her love for Owen. Whatever the exact mix of motivations, Henry's actions toward Owen Tudor set a pattern that would continue throughout his reign. Henry would consistently show favour and generosity toward Owen's sons Edmund and Jasper, raising them to positions of honour and wealth, treating them as beloved brothers, rather than as embarrassing reminders of a scandal. This generosity would have enormous consequences for English history, because without Henry's support, the Tudor brothers would never have risen to positions of power and influence, and the Tudor dynasty would never have been founded. Over the following years, and from 1439 onward, Henry VI continued to show extraordinary favour and generosity to Owen Tudor, and especially to Owen's sons Edmund and Jasper. When the boys reached young adulthood, emerging from their childhood under the care of the Abbess of Barking, Henry took personal responsibility for their continued upbringing and education, bringing them to court, introducing them to the world of politics and power, preparing them for important roles in his government and in society. The transformation in the Tudor brothers' prospects was remarkable and dramatic. A few years earlier, they had been the illegitimate children of a secret marriage, sons of a disgraced Welsh gentleman, and a queen who had died in something close to disgrace, boys with uncertain futures and questionable status. Now, and thanks to their half-brother the king's generous support and protection, they were being raised as princes, given the education and training appropriate for high nobles, being prepared for positions of importance and influence. In November of 1452, when Edmund was about 22 years old and Jasper about 21, King Henry granted them titles and extensive lands, fundamentally changing their status and their prospects. Edmund was created Earl of Richmond, one of the great earldoms of England, a title that came with significant estates and revenues. Jasper was created Earl of Pembroke, another prestigious title that gave him lands and authority in Wales. These were not honorary titles or empty honours. They were real positions of power and wealth, making Edmund and Jasper members of the highest nobility, a ranking just below dukes and royal princes in the complex hierarchy of medieval English society. On January 5th, 1453, both brothers were formally knighted in a grand ceremony at court, surrounded by other nobles and in the presence of the king himself. Knighthood was an important rite of passage for noble young men in medieval society, marking their entry into the warrior class, their readiness to fight for their king and their country, their full membership in the chivalric culture that dominated the medieval aristocracy. The ceremony would have been elaborate and moving, with the brothers kneeling before King Henry, receiving the ritual blow on the shoulder that made them knights, swearing oaths of loyalty and service. Most importantly for their future and for their status in society, in March of 1453, Parliament officially recognised Edmund and Jasper as the legitimate half-brothers of the king. This was a crucial step because it removed any legal doubt or ambiguity about their status. Despite the irregular circumstances of their parents' secret marriage, despite the fact that their father Owen had been a Welsh gentleman of modest rank, rather than a great noble, despite the technical violation of the 1428 statute, Edmund and Jasper Tudor were now officially acknowledged as members of the royal family, with all the status, privileges and rights that came with that recognition. This parliamentary recognition meant that Edmund and Jasper could not be dismissed as bastards or as the products of an illegitimate union. Their mother's marriage to Owen Tudor, despite having been conducted in secret and in violation of the law, was recognized as valid. They were legitimate sons of Queen Catherine, half-brothers to the reigning king, members of the royal family with blood connections to both the English royal house and the French royal house through their mother. They could display royal arms. They could claim precedence over other nobles based on their royal blood. They could expect deference and respect appropriate to their status. For Owen Tudor, watching from the court where he lived on his royal pension, seeing his sons raised to such extraordinary heights, must have been a source of tremendous pride, satisfaction, and perhaps some amazement. He had married a queen for love, had suffered imprisonment and persecution for that love. I had spent years uncertain about what would become of him and his children. Now his sons were earls, knights, officially recognized members of the royal family. They had a place at court, lands and revenues that made them wealthy, prospects for great careers in service to the king. All the risks he had taken, all the suffering he had endured, all the fears he had lived with, all of it seemed to have been worth it. The Tudor brothers were given important responsibilities and roles in King Henry's government. They became members of the king's inner circle of advisors and supporters. They were expected to help maintain royal authority in their respective regions, Edmund in the north and Jasper in Wales and the Welsh marches. They were called upon to raise troops when the king needed military support. They attended parliament and council meetings. They participated in ceremonies and state occasions. They were, in short, functioning as what they now were, important nobles with significant power and influence. In 1452 and 1453, Henry gave them large monetary grants to help them establish their households and maintain the lifestyle appropriate to earls. He also gave Edmund substantial property holdings in Westmoreland and Lancashire in northern England, estates that provided income, and gave Edmund a territorial base of power. Edmund proved to be a capable estate manager, running a profitable operation and investing in the wool industry based in Boston in Lincolnshire, which was one of the most lucrative trades in medieval England. Henry also granted Edmund the medieval palace of Baynard's Castle, a significant property located near the River Thames in London. This gave Edmund a prestigious London residence, a place where he could stay when attending court or parliament, a visible symbol of his wealth and status. It was a remarkable rise for the son of a Welsh gentleman, and a sign of just how completely Henry had embraced his Tudor half-brothers and brought them into the highest levels of English society. In 1452, King Henry arranged a marriage that would prove to be one of the most consequential in all of English history, though no one at the time could have predicted just how important it would turn out to be. Henry granted the wardship and marriage of a young heiress named Lady Margaret Beaufort to Edmund and Jasper Tudor jointly. A wardship was a feudal right that gave the guardian control over a minor's lands and revenues until they came of age, and it included the right to arrange the ward's marriage. Margaret Beaufort was an extremely valuable ward because she was not just wealthy, she was also of royal blood. Margaret was the daughter and sole heir of John Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, who had died in 1444 when Margaret was only a year old. The Beaufort family was descended from John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the third son of King Edward III. John of Gaunt had had 4 children by his mistress Catherine Swynford before eventually marrying her. These children were initially illegitimate, but they were later legitimised by royal decree when Gaunt married Catherine, creating the Beaufort family line. The legitimisation of the Beauforts had come with an explicit restriction. They were declared legitimate for all purposes, except inheriting the throne. This restriction was intended to prevent the Beauforts from making claims to the crown that might challenge the claims of the descendants of Gaunt's first wife, from whom the Lancastrian kings descended. But despite this restriction, the Beauforts remain members of the extended royal family, with royal blood in their veins and significant claims to status and precedence. Margaret's marriage to Edmund Tudor, which took place in November of 1455, brought the Tudor family even closer to the heart of the royal succession and royal bloodline. The marriage united 2 families with connections to royalty. Edmund's mother had been Queen of England and daughter of the King of France, while Margaret's great-great-grandfather had been John of Gaunt, and her great-great-great-grandfather had been King Edward III. Their children would have an impressive pedigree, with royal blood from multiple sources. The marriage took place when Margaret was only 12 years old, which was unusually young, even by medieval standards, where marriages of teenagers were common. Canon law set the minimum age for marriage at 12 for girls and 14 for boys, but actual marriages at these minimum ages were relatively rare, especially among the nobility, where brides were typically in their mid-teens or older. Margaret's extreme youth at the time of her marriage has led some modern historians to view it as exploitative or inappropriate. However, we must be careful about judging medieval practices by modern standards. In medieval society, marriages among the nobility were political and economic arrangements, not romantic relationships. They were made to unite families, to secure alliances, to transfer property, to produce heirs. Personal feelings and physical readiness were secondary considerations at best. Margaret would almost certainly have understood from childhood that she would be married for political reasons at whatever age her guardians decided was appropriate. Nevertheless, when Margaret became pregnant within months of her marriage, in 1456 when she was only 13 years old, it created a situation that was dangerous for such a young girl. Medieval medicine understood that childbirth was risky for very young mothers whose bodies were not fully developed, and Margaret's pregnancy must have been a source of great concern for those around her. Her youth would make the delivery more difficult and dangerous, increasing the risks of complications that could kill both mother and child. But before Margaret's pregnancy advanced very far, tragedy struck the Tudor family. The Wars of the Roses, the great civil conflict that would dominate English politics and society for the next 3 decades, had begun. In 1455, the long simmering tensions between different factions of English nobles had finally exploded into open warfare. Richard, Duke of York, who had a strong claim to the throne through his descent from Edward III's second son, had taken up arms against King Henry's government. The first battle of this conflict had been fought at St Albans in May of 1455, where York and his allies had defeated the king's forces and killed several of Henry's chief supporters. For the next few years, England experienced an uneasy peace punctuated by outbreaks of violence as the Yorkist and Lancashirian factions manoeuvred for position, built up their forces, and prepared for the larger conflict that everyone knew was coming. Edmund and Jasper Tudor were firmly in the Lancasterian camp, absolutely loyal to King Henry, both from personal gratitude for his generosity toward them and their father, and from genuine affection for the kind-hearted king who was their half-brother. And when the conflict resumed in earnest in 1456, the Tudor brothers found themselves caught up in the fighting. Edmund was given responsibility for maintaining royal authority in South Wales, a region where Yorkist sympathies were strong among some of the local nobility. In 1456, Edmund was engaged in military operations in South Wales, trying to suppress Yorkist resistance and maintain control of the region for King Henry. He was leading Lancastrian forces against Yorkist partisans when disaster struck. During fighting near Carmarthen, Edmund was captured by Yorkist forces commanded by William Herbert, a Welsh nobleman who had sided with the Yorkists and who would become one of their most effective commanders in Wales. Edmund was imprisoned at Carmarthen Castle, a strong fortress in southwestern Wales. Medieval imprisonment could be relatively comfortable for high-ranking prisoners who were valuable for ransom or political leverage. Such prisoners were often treated with courtesy, given decent accommodations, allowed visits from friends and family. But Edmund's imprisonment was not to be comfortable or brief. While he was held at Carmarthen Castle, Edmund contracted bubonic plague, the deadly disease that had killed millions across Europe during the Black Death epidemic of the 14th century, and that continued to erupt in sporadic outbreaks. Plague was one of the most feared diseases of the medieval period, and with good reason. It killed quickly and horribly, causing fever, painful swellings called buboes, delirium, and death in a matter of days. And medieval medicine had no effective treatment for plague. Doctors did not understand that it was caused by bacteria spread by fleas living on rats. They tried various remedies, including bloodletting, herbal potions, prayer, but nothing worked. Once someone contracted plague, their chances of survival were slim. On November 3rd, 1456, Edmund Tudor died in his prison cell at Carmarthen Castle at the age of 26, cutting short a promising career, just as he was beginning to establish himself as an important figure in Welsh politics and in the Lancastrian cause. His death was a blow to the Lancastrian faction, which lost an able commander and loyal supporter. It was a personal tragedy for his wife Margaret, who was left a widow at age 13, pregnant with their first and only child, and Edmund was buried at the Greyfriars Church in Carmarthen, a Franciscan friary that no longer exists today. After the dissolution of the monasteries in the 1530s, when King Henry VIII ordered the destruction of monasteries and religious houses throughout England and Wales, Edmund's tomb was moved to St David's Cathedral in southwestern Wales, where it can still be seen today. The tomb is located in the middle of the high altar area of the cathedral, though the elaborate effigy and decorations that originally adorned it were removed during the English Civil War in the 17th century. Edmund's death was commemorated by Lewis Glyn Cothi, one of the most famous Welsh poets of the 15th century, who wrote an elegy lamenting the loss of this young nobleman who had carried the blood of Welsh princes and English queens. The elegy emphasized Edmund's Welsh heritage and his connection to the ancient royal houses of Wales, presenting his death as a loss not just for his family, but for Wales itself. For Owen Tudor, the death of his eldest son Edmund must have been a terrible, devastating blow. Edmund had been the first child of Owen's marriage to Catherine, born in happier times when their secret was still safe. Owen had watched him grow from infancy to young manhood, had seen him elevated to an earldom, had been proud of his son's rise to prominence and power. Now Edmund was gone, cut down by disease at age 26, leaving behind a pregnant teenage widow and an uncertain legacy. But even in death, Edmund would fulfill his most important historical role. 3 months after Edmund died, on January 28, 1457, his widow Margaret gave birth to their son at Pembroke Castle, which was held by Edmund's brother Jasper. The baby was named Henry, after his royal uncle and half-great uncle, King Henry VI, and this child born posthumously, never knowing his father, son of a widow barely into her teens, would grow up to become King Henry VII of England, the founder of the Tudor dynasty that would rule England for more than a century. The birth was difficult and traumatic for young Margaret, whose body was not fully developed for childbearing. Medieval midwives did their best to help her through the delivery, using techniques and remedies that had been passed down through generations, but childbirth was always dangerous in the medieval period, and especially so for such a young mother. Margaret survived the birth, but the experience was so difficult and traumatic that she would never have another child, despite later remarrying twice. Modern doctors who have studied the historical accounts of her medical history believe the difficult birth may have damaged her reproductive system, leaving her unable to conceive again. Baby Henry was small and weak at birth, and there must have been serious concerns about whether he would survive infancy, as so many babies did not in the medieval period. But he proved to be stronger than he looked, and he survived those dangerous early months. His mother Margaret, despite her own youth and despite her grief over Edmund's death, was devoted to her son and determined that he would survive and thrive. For Owen Tudor, his grandson Henry's birth in January 1457 gave him hope for the future and a sense that his bloodline would continue, though he could not have imagined what that future would actually hold. In the immediate term, though, the situation for the Lancastrian cause was deteriorating rapidly and ominously. The Wars of the Roses were intensifying, and the Yorkists were growing stronger and more confident with each passing month. At the end of 1460, in December, Richard, Duke of York, made a bold and dramatic bid for the crown, marching into Parliament with an armed retinue and attempting to claim the throne by right of his superior lineage, arguing that his descent from Edward III's second son gave him a better claim than King Henry VI, who descended from the third son. It was an open challenge to the Lancastrian dynasty, a direct assertion that the Yorkists should be ruling England. But even Richard's own supporters and allies were not ready for such a dramatic and revolutionary step, for such an open rejection of the principle that had governed English monarchy for decades. Instead of endorsing Richard's claim to the throne, instead of deposing Henry VI and crowning Richard, they reached a compromise in what became known as the Act of Accord. This agreement recognized Richard as Henry VI's heir, meaning that when Henry died, Richard or his descendants would inherit the throne. This effectively disinherited Henry's son Edward and the young Prince of Wales, denying him the right to inherit his father's crown. This compromise was completely unacceptable to Queen Margaret of Anjou, Henry VI's formidable and determined French wife. Margaret was not the kind of woman to accept quietly the disinheritance of her son. She was a fierce, intelligent, ruthless woman who would stop at nothing to protect her son's rights and his inheritance. She had already shown herself to be more politically astute and militarily aggressive than her pious, gentle husband. While Henry prayed and founded colleges, Margaret raised armies and made alliances and prepared for war. Margaret gathered Lancastrian supporters in the north of England, building an army, making plans, preparing to strike back at the Yorkists, and to defend her son's right to inherit the throne. In December of 1460, she achieved a stunning victory. Margaret's forces caught Richard of York and his army at Wakefield in Yorkshire, and inflicted a crushing, devastating defeat on the Yorkists in a battle fought in bitter winter cold and snow. Richard himself was killed in the battle, cut down by Lancastrian soldiers in the fighting. His second son, Edmund Earl of Rutland, barely 17 years old, was also killed, either in the battle itself or executed shortly afterward. Many of York's supporters and commanders were killed or captured. It was a disaster for the Yorkist cause, a triumph for the Lancastrians. After the battle, Richard of York's severed head was displayed on the gates of the city of York, mockingly crowned with a paper crown, a brutal gesture meant to humiliate the dead duke and to show what happened to those who dared to challenge the Lancastrian dynasty. For a moment, in the aftermath of Wakefield, it seemed as though the Lancastrian cause had triumphed decisively, that the Yorkist challenge had been defeated and crushed, that King Henry VI's reign was secure, and that his son would inherit the throne as was his birthright. Margaret's forces marched south toward London, defeating Yorkist armies along the way, liberating King Henry from Yorkist captivity. The Lancastrian future seemed bright, but Richard of York had left behind several sons, and the eldest of these, Edward, was already proving to be a formidable and dangerous opponent. At only 18 years old, Edward was already showing himself to be an exceptionally talented military commander and a charismatic leader who could inspire fierce loyalty from his followers. He was tall, handsome, vigorous, brave, everything his father had been and more. He was determined to avenge his father's death and to claim the throne that his father had died trying to win. Edward would not make the mistakes that had cost his father his life at Wakefield. He was more cautious, more strategic, more willing to listen to experienced advisors, more careful about choosing when and where to fight. And he had one crucial advantage. He was young and energetic, able to move quickly, to make rapid decisions, to personally lead his troops into battle in a way that inspired them to fight harder. In January of 1461, and as Queen Margaret's forces marched south toward London after their victory at Wakefield, Edward of York, now calling himself the Duke of York after his father's death, moved to intercept a Lancastrian army that was approaching from Wales. This Welsh army was led by Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke, Owen Tudor's surviving son, who was trying to join forces with Queen Margaret's main army and add Welsh troops to the Lancastrian cause. With Jasper was his father, Owen Tudor, now about 60 years old, but still vigorous enough and brave enough to fight in defense of the Lancastrian cause, and his stepson, King Henry VI. Despite his age, despite the fact that he could have remained safely in the background, living on his royal pension, Owen chose to take up arms and fight. Perhaps he felt he owed it to the memory of his beloved Catherine, King Henry's mother. Perhaps he felt he owed it to King Henry himself, who had been so generous and kind to him and his sons. Perhaps he simply felt that he could not sit safely while others fought for a cause he believed in. The two armies, Edward of York's Yorkist forces and Jasper Tudor's Lancastrian army from Wales, met in early February of 1461 near the village of Kingsland in Herefordshire, at a place called Mortimer's Cross, where ancient crossroads marked the intersection of important roads that had been used for centuries, perhaps even since Roman times. The location was strategically significant, controlling the routes that connected Wales to the English Midlands and that led north toward the main Lancastrian forces under Queen Margaret. Edward had positioned his forces carefully and strategically, blocking the route that Jasper's army needed to take to reach and join with the main Lancastrian force that was marching south from their victory at Wakefield. Edward understood that if he could defeat or delay Jasper's Welsh army, he could prevent the Lancastrians from combining their forces, keeping them divided and therefore weaker. Edward had learned from his father's mistakes at Wakefield, where the Yorkists had been caught in an unfavourable position and overwhelmed. This time, Edward was determined to choose his ground carefully, to fight on terrain that favoured his forces. The date was February 2nd, 1461, the Feast of Candlemas in the church calendar, a day when Christians celebrated the presentation of Jesus at the temple and when churches blessed candles for the coming year. It was deep winter, a time when military campaigns were usually suspended because of the cold. the difficulty of moving armies across muddy or frozen roads, the challenge of keeping soldiers fed and supplied. But the Wars of the Roses were being fought with an urgency and intensity that did not allow for seasonal pauses. Both sides needed to strike quickly, to gain advantage before their enemies could consolidate their forces. The landscape around Mortimer's Cross was a mix of open fields, where medieval farmers grew their crops, meadowlands where livestock grazed, and small patches of woodland. The River Lug flowed nearby, its waters cold and swift with winter rains. Low hills rose gently on either side of the valley, through which the river ran. In peacetime, this was a quiet, pastoral landscape, and a place of farms and villages where people lived out their lives in relative peace and obscurity. But in February of 1461, it was about to become a battlefield, a place where hundreds of men would die, and where the fate of England would be influenced. Edward's forces probably numbered around 5,000 men, though exact numbers are impossible to determine with certainty from the fragmentary historical records that survive. These were a mix of professional soldiers who made their living through warfare, men-at-arms who served their noble lords in exchange for wages or land, and ordinary men from the towns and countryside who had been recruited or who had volunteered to fight for the Yorkist cause. They were equipped with a variety of weapons: longbows, crossbows, swords, spears, poleaxes, daggers. Some wore armour, ranging from full-plate armour for wealthy knights to simple padded jackets for common soldiers. They carried banners and standards displaying the badges of Edward and his noble supporters. Among Edward's leading supporters present at the battlefield were several important nobles and experienced commanders. Lord Audley was there, a veteran of previous battles in the wars. Lord Grey of Wilton commanded a contingent of troops. Sir William Herbert of Raglan, a powerful Welsh nobleman who had chosen the Yorkist side, brought Welsh soldiers to fight against their countrymen in Jasper's army. Herbert would later become Earl of Pembroke after the Yorkists stripped Jasper of his title. Sir Walter Devereux, Herbert's father-in-law, commanded another division. Humphrey Stafford, who would later be created Earl of Devon by Edward, was also present. These were experienced military men, veterans of the ongoing civil war, men who understood tactics and strategy and how to lead soldiers in battle. Jasper Tudor's Lancastrian army was probably similar in size, perhaps slightly smaller, with perhaps 4,000 to 5,000 men. Like Edward's forces, they were a mixture of Welsh soldiers from Jasper's estates in Pembroke and Carmarthen, English soldiers loyal to the Lancastrian cause, and possibly some foreign mercenaries. The army included men from the lands that Jasper and Owen controlled in Wales, soldiers who had served the Tudor family for years, men who felt personal loyalty to Jasper and his father. Some were fighting out of loyalty to King Henry VI, whom they recognized as their rightful king. Others were fighting for pay, or because their lords had commanded them to fight, or because warfare offered opportunities for plunder and advancement that peacetime did not. The Lancastrian commanders included Jasper himself, young and relatively inexperienced in military matters, but brave and determined to support his half-brother the king. The Earl of Wiltshire, James Butler, was also present, commanding a force that included Irish mercenaries he had brought from his Irish estates. And there was Owen Tudor, the old Welshman, who had once been keeper of a queen's wardrobe, and who had captured that queen's heart, now in his early 60s, armed and ready to fight for the cause he believed in. What must Owen have been thinking as he prepared for battle that cold February morning? He had lived an extraordinary life already, born into a family marked by rebellion, finding service at the English court against all odds, and winning the love of a beautiful queen, marrying her in defiance of law and custom, fathering children who became earls and princes, suffering imprisonment and then royal favour. Now, in what would prove to be the final hours of his life, he was about to fight in a battle that would determine the future of England, and that would cost him his life. Did he have premonitions of his coming death? Did he sense that this battle would be his last, that he would not survive to see the outcome of the wars, that he would not live to see his grandson Henry grow to manhood? We cannot know what thoughts passed through his mind as he armed himself, as he checked his weapons, as he looked around at the other soldiers who would fight beside him. Perhaps he thought of Catherine, dead now for nearly 24 years, and wondering if he would soon be reunited with her in whatever afterlife awaited. Perhaps he thought of his sons, Edmund dead these 4 years past, Jasper about to lead them into battle, his younger children scattered or lost to history. Perhaps he thought of his infant grandson Henry, not yet 4 years old, whose fate was now even more uncertain with the Lancastrian cause collapsing around them. On the morning of the battle, as dawn broke over the freezing landscape, and the soldiers on both sides stirred from their cold, uncomfortable sleep and began to prepare for the coming fight, something extraordinary and terrifying happened. As the sun rose in the eastern sky, soldiers on both sides looked up and saw something that seemed impossible, something that filled them with wonder and fear. There appeared to be 3 suns in the sky, and all rising together, all shining with bright light. 3 perfect orbs of light hung in the heavens, arranged in a pattern, all seeming equally real and bright. To the superstitious medieval mind, accustomed to seeing signs and omens in natural phenomena, accustomed to believing that God communicated his will through unusual events in the natural world, this seemed like a miraculous sign, a portent from heaven itself about the coming battle. What the soldiers were witnessing was a rare but natural meteorological event called a parhelion, sometimes also called a sundog or mock sun. This phenomenon occurs when ice crystals in the atmosphere, usually in high cirrus clouds, refract and reflect sunlight in a particular way, creating the optical illusion of multiple suns in the sky. The ice crystals act like tiny prisms and bending the light and creating bright spots on either side of the real sun, often accompanied by a bright ring or halo. The effect can be quite striking and beautiful, especially at sunrise or sunset, when the light passes through more of the atmosphere. Modern meteorologists understand that parhelions are caused by ice crystals suspended in very cold air, and they occur most commonly in winter, especially in very cold conditions. The extreme cold of that February morning in 1461, combined with the right atmospheric conditions, produced this spectacular optical display. But the soldiers who witnessed it had no knowledge of ice crystals or atmospheric optics or the science of light refraction. They saw 3 suns in the sky, and they interpreted it as a supernatural sign and a message from God about the battle they were about to fight. The Yorkist soldiers were frightened and disturbed by the parhelion. They saw the 3 suns as a portent of disaster, a sign that God was displeased with them, that something terrible was about to happen. Soldiers are notoriously superstitious, looking for omens and signs, trying to predict whether they will survive the coming battle or die on the field. The appearance of something as strange and inexplicable as 3 suns in the sky seemed obviously significant. But was it a good sign or a bad one? The uncertainty and fear began to spread through Edward's army, threatening to undermine morale before the battle had even begun. But Edward, quick-witted and decisive even at his young age of 18, seized the moment brilliantly. Rather than allowing panic and fear to spread through his army, rather than letting his soldiers interpret the parhelion as a bad omen that would make them fight less effectively or even flee, Edward gave them an alternative interpretation that transformed potential disaster into inspiration. He addressed his soldiers, raising his voice so many could hear him, explaining what they were seeing in terms they could understand and accept. Edward announced confidently that the three sons represented the Holy Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, the central mystery of Christian faith. This was not a sign of God's displeasure, Edward told his men, but rather a sign of God's favour and blessing. The Trinity itself was appearing in the sky to bless the Yorkist cause, to show that God was on their side, and to promise them victory in the coming battle. Far from being a bad omen, the three sons were the best possible sign they could receive. Heaven itself was proclaiming that the Yorkists were righteous and that they would triumph. The soldiers, reassured by their young commander's confident interpretation, rallied and prepared for battle with renewed enthusiasm and determination. The fear and uncertainty that the Parhelion had initially caused were transformed into confidence and religious fervour. They believed that God was literally on their side, that the Holy Trinity was watching over them, that they could not lose because heaven itself had blessed them. This psychological advantage, this boost to morale and fighting spirit, may have been one of the decisive factors in the battle that followed. And Edward was so impressed by the Parhelion and by how it had worked to his advantage that he would later adopt a sun in splendour as one of his personal badges, commemorating the miracle of Mortimer's cross. Images of a sun with rays extending outward would appear on Yorkist banners and badges for the rest of the wars, a constant reminder of the day when three suns appeared in the sky and blessed the Yorkist cause. For the Lancastrian soldiers, watching from across the battlefield, the Parhelion must have had a very different psychological impact. They saw the same phenomenon, but they also heard or soon learned about Edward's interpretation of it, heard that the Yorkists were claiming that God was on their side. This must have been demoralizing, must have raised doubts and fears. If God was truly with the Yorkists, how could the Lancastrians hope to win? The Parhelion, which was simply a natural atmospheric phenomenon with no supernatural significance whatsoever, thus became a weapon in the psychological warfare that always accompanied medieval battles. The Battle of Mortimer's Cross was hard fought, brutal, and bloody, with both sides suffering significant casualties as they clashed in the winter cold. Medieval battles were chaotic, terrifying experiences, very different from the orderly formations and disciplined maneuvers that we might imagine. They were confused melees of thousands of men hacking and stabbing at each other with swords and axes and spears, trying to kill their enemies while avoiding being killed themselves, shouting war cries and screaming in pain, slipping in mud and blood, struggling over uneven ground. The exact details of how the fighting unfolded at Mortimer's Cross are unfortunately not well documented in the surviving sources. Unlike some battles of the Wars of the Roses, which we know about in considerable detail from multiple chronicle accounts and eyewitness reports, Mortimer's Cross is one of the most poorly documented battles of the entire conflict. The chronicles that mention it at all give only the briefest accounts, noting that the battle occurred, that Edward won, that various Lancastrian commanders were captured and executed afterward, but providing little or no information about the actual course of the fighting. This lack of detailed information is frustrating for historians and for anyone trying to understand what happened at Mortimer's Cross, but it also allows us to use our imagination based on what we know about how medieval battles generally worked. We can reconstruct a probable scenario based on standard medieval military practice and on what we know about the commanders and the forces involved. The battle probably began, as most medieval battles did, with exchanges of arrows between the opposing archers. Both sides would have had contingents of archers, including the feared English longbowmen who had won such devastating victories against the French at Crécy and Agincourt and other battles of the 100 Years' War. These longbowmen could shoot arrows with tremendous force and accuracy, capable of penetrating armor at considerable distances. They could shoot rapidly, maintaining a constant rain of arrows falling on the enemy forces. The initial archery exchanges would have lasted perhaps 15 to 30 minutes, with both sides trying to weaken and disorganize the enemy before committing to close combat. Arrows would have fallen like deadly rain, killing and wounding men, forcing them to crouch behind shields, creating gaps in the formations. The sounds would have been terrible. The hiss and whistle of thousands of arrows in flight, the dull thud as arrows struck shields and armor, the screams of men hit by arrows, the shouts of commanders trying to maintain order. After the initial archery phase, the opposing forces would have advanced toward each other for close combat. Medieval armies typically fought in 3 divisions or battles: a vanguard, a main body, and a rearguard, arranged either in a line across the battlefield or one behind the other in column formation, depending on the terrain and the commander's strategy. Each division would have been several ranks deep, with the best armored and most experienced fighters in the front ranks and less well-equipped soldiers behind them. The 2 armies would have crashed together with terrible force and noise. The front ranks would have engaged in close combat with swords, axes, war hammers, polearms, and other hand weapons. Fighting at such close quarters was exhausting and terrifying. A man in armor swinging a heavy weapon repeatedly would tire quickly even in cool weather. The weight of armor, the physical exertion of combat, the fear and adrenaline, all combined to drain a fighter's strength rapidly. Medieval battles typically consisted of a series of short, intense engagements, followed by brief pauses as both sides pulled back slightly to catch their breath and reform their lines. Then they would engage again and again, in a brutal cycle of combat that could continue for hours. Soldiers in the front ranks, who became too exhausted to fight effectively, would fall back and be replaced by fresher men from the rear ranks. We know from the fragmentary sources that the Earl of Wiltshire and his Irish troops probably fought in the Lancastrian vanguard, in the forward division of Jasper's army. Contemporary accounts say they fought bravely, which suggests they gave a good account of themselves before being defeated. They may have initially had some success, perhaps even breaking through part of the Yorkist line and pushing back the Yorkist right wing. Medieval battles could shift back and forth dramatically, with first one side seeming to gain the advantage and then the other. Owen Tudor, Jasper's father, probably commanded or fought with one of the other Lancastrian divisions, perhaps attempting to attack the Yorkist left flank and roll up their line from that direction. But this attack apparently failed, unable to break through the Yorkist defences or to outflank them. Medieval battles were often decided by successful flank attacks. If one side could get around the enemy's flank and attack from the side or rear, the enemy formation would typically collapse quickly. But the Yorkists under Edward's command apparently prevented the Lancastrians from executing such a manoeuvre. In the centre of the battlefield, and Edward himself commanded the main Yorkist division and apparently won a decisive victory against the Lancastrian centre. Edward, despite his youth, was already showing the military genius that would make him one of the most successful battle commanders of his era. He understood how to position his forces, how to maintain discipline under fire, how to identify the crucial moment to commit his reserves, how to exploit enemy weaknesses. At some point during the battle, Edward apparently identified a moment of advantage and exploited it ruthlessly, breaking through the Lancastrian centre and causing their formation to collapse. Once a medieval army's formation broke and soldiers began to flee, the battle effectively ended as an organised fight and became a pursuit and massacre. Fleeing soldiers, especially if they were running in panic rather than conducting an organised retreat, were extremely vulnerable. They exposed their backs to their pursuers, They dropped their weapons and shields to run faster. They became scattered and disorganized. Pursuing soldiers would cut them down from behind, showing little mercy. Medieval battle casualties often occurred primarily during this pursuit phase, rather than during the main fighting. The Battle of Mortimer's Cross ended with a decisive Yorkist victory and a Lancastrian rout. Jasper Tudor's army was defeated, broken, scattered. Some sources suggest that a substantial portion of the Lancastrian army tried to fight their way back to their wagon lager, their supply wagons, which they had established perhaps half a mile behind their battle lines. These wagons could serve as a defensive position, a place where soldiers could rally and make a stand. But even there they were overwhelmed by pursuing Yorkist forces in an area that became known as Battle Acre, suggesting that significant fighting and dying occurred in that location. The Lancastrian survivors, those who were not killed in the battle itself or in the immediate pursuit, fled back toward West Wales, toward the strongholds and safe havens where the Tudor family had support and where Lancastrian sympathies were strong. But they were pursued by Yorkist soldiers who hunted them down along the roads and through the countryside, killing many of them before they could reach safety. Medieval warfare could be merciless, especially in civil wars, where both sides viewed their opponents as traitors deserving of death, rather than as honorable enemies deserving of respect. Specific numbers both for the total participants in the battle and for the casualties are impossible to determine with certainty from the surviving sources. Medieval chroniclers often exaggerated numbers, especially casualty figures, to make victories seem more impressive or defeats seem more devastating. But based on reasonable estimates of army sizes and typical casualty rates in medieval battles, it seems likely that around 2,000 Lancastrian soldiers were killed in the battle itself and in the subsequent pursuit. The Yorkist casualties were probably much lighter, perhaps only a few hundred dead and wounded, as since they won the battle decisively, and since casualties among victorious medieval armies were typically much lower than among defeated armies. It was a disaster for the Lancastrian cause, a catastrophic defeat at a crucial moment. The Welsh reinforcements that Jasper had been bringing to join Queen Margaret's main army would never arrive. Jasper's military reputation suffered its first major blow, though he would later prove himself as a capable commander. The Yorkist victory at Mortimer's Cross meant that Edward could now march to London and unite his forces with those of the Earl of Warwick, strengthening the Yorkist position enormously. Jasper Tudor himself managed to escape from the battlefield, probably during the confusion of the rout, when everything had dissolved into chaos. He mounted a horse and fled toward the relative safety of his Welsh strongholds, probably making for Pembroke Castle, which was one of his principal seats of power and which had strong fortifications that could resist Yorkist attacks. From Pembroke and his other Welsh castles, Jasper would continue to resist the Yorkist advance, continuing to fight for the Lancastrian cause, even as that cause seemed increasingly hopeless. He would protect his young nephew Henry Tudor, keeping him safe from Yorkist capture, maintaining hope that somehow the Lancastrians might eventually prevail. But many of the Lancastrian commanders and noble supporters were not so fortunate as Jasper. They were captured by the victorious Yorkists as they tried to flee, rounded up by pursuing soldiers, and taken prisoner on the battlefield, or caught as they tried to escape along the roads. Among those captured were several important figures: John Throckmorton, an esquire and supporter of the Lancastrian cause; Henry Scudamore, another Lancastrian partisan; and Owen Tudor, the old Welshman who had come to the battle to fight for his stepson's cause. Owen was taken as a prisoner by Yorkist soldiers, bound and disarmed, and led away from the battlefield toward the nearby city of Hereford. What must he have felt in those hours after the battle, as he was marched under guard toward an uncertain fate? Relief at having survived the battle, at not having been cut down in the fighting or during the rout, fear about what would happen to him now that he was a prisoner, worry about his son Jasper, and not knowing whether Jasper had escaped or been killed or captured, grief for the many men who had died in the battle, Welsh soldiers who had followed the Tudor family into this disastrous fight. Owen was taken to spend his last night at an inn called the Green Dragon on Broad Street in Hereford, a substantial establishment that served as a hostelry for travellers and that probably had secure rooms where prisoners could be held. He was guarded, of course, kept under watch to ensure he did not escape, but he was probably not brutally treated. Medieval practices regarding prisoners of war, especially high-ranking prisoners, involved a certain degree of courtesy and respect, at least until it was decided what punishment they would face. As Owen sat in that room at the Green Dragon Inn, on what would prove to be the last night of his life, what thoughts must have gone through his mind during those long, dark hours before dawn? Did he think about Catherine, his beloved wife who had been dead for nearly 24 years, the beautiful French queen who had captured his heart and whose love had transformed his life? Did he remember their secret meetings, their whispered conversations, their hidden marriage, the joy of their children's births, the happiness they had found together despite all the obstacles and dangers? Did he think about his sons, Edmund, dead these 4 years past, buried at St. David's Cathedral, never having met his own son Henry, Jasper, somewhere in the Welsh hills, or heading for the safety of Pembroke Castle, continuing the fight that their father would not live to see concluded, his younger children, whose names and fates remain uncertain even to history? Did he think about his grandson Henry, not yet 4 years old, being raised by his mother Margaret Beaufort and his uncle Jasper, a child whose destiny Owen could not possibly have imagined? Did he think about his own life, about the extraordinary journey he had travelled from the hills of Anglesey to the English court, from obscurity to the bed of a queen, from disgrace to royal favour, from peace to war? Did he have regrets? Did he wish he had made different choices, taken different paths? Or was he at peace with the life he had lived, satisfied that he had loved deeply and been loved in return, that he had fathered sons who became earls, that he had fought for what he believed in? According to the accounts that have come down to us through the chronicles and later histories, Owen did not believe that he would be executed. This is one of the most poignant and tragic details of his story. Owen seems to have thought that his status as the stepfather of King Henry VI, his relationship to the royal family through his marriage to Queen Catherine, his position as the father of earls and the grandfather of a boy who had royal blood, all of these things would protect him from the ultimate punishment. He apparently expected to be held for ransom or kept as a prisoner, valuable leverage in the ongoing conflict between York and Lancaster, too important to simply kill. This was a reasonable assumption based on the normal practices of medieval warfare, at least warfare among the nobility. Prisoners of noble blood were typically treated with respect and courtesy, held in relative comfort in castles or manor houses, allowed visits from friends and family, eventually released in exchange for payment of ransom or as part of political negotiations. Owen had connections to the royal family. His sons were earls. His grandson had Beaufort blood connecting him to the royal lineage. Surely these things would count for something. Surely Edward of York, young and relatively inexperienced, would follow the traditional rules of medieval warfare when it came to high-ranking prisoners. Surely someone would intervene. Someone would remind Edward that killing Owen Tudor would set a dangerous precedent, would escalate the bloodshed of the Civil War, would violate the customs and courtesies that had traditionally governed warfare among the English nobility. But Edward of York, fresh from his first major victory as a commander, determined to establish his authority and to crush the Lancastrian resistance, had different ideas. He had watched his father killed and beheaded after the Battle of Wakefield just 2 months earlier, had seen his father's head displayed mockingly on the gates of York. He had seen how the Lancastrians showed no mercy, how they treated defeated Yorkist nobles with contempt and brutality. He had decided that the Wars of the Roses would be fought without the traditional courtesies and restraints, that captured Lancastrian commanders would not be ransomed and released, but would be executed as traitors. This was a harsh decision, a calculated escalation of the conflict, a sign that the normal rules of medieval warfare were breaking down in the bitter hatred and violence of the Wars of the Roses. Edward ordered that the captured Lancastrian commanders, including Owen Tudor, should be executed immediately as traitors to the crown, as rebels who had taken up arms against their rightful sovereign. The exact sequence of events on that final morning is not described in precise detail in the sources, but we can reconstruct the likely scenario. Owen would have been brought out from his room at the Green Dragon Inn, probably in the early morning of February 2nd, or possibly February 3rd. The sources are not entirely clear on whether the execution took place on the same day as the battle, or the day after. He would have been led through the streets of Hereford to the market square, where public executions were typically carried out, where crowds could gather to witness the punishment of criminals and traitors. As Owen was led toward the marketplace, as he walked through the streets surrounded by guards, he apparently still clung to his belief that someone would intervene, that a pardon would arrive at the last moment, that this was all some kind of intimidation tactic or mistake. He could not accept, could not allow himself to believe that his life was truly about to end, that in a few minutes he would be dead, his head severed from his body, his blood spilled on the stones of the marketplace. But then the executioner approached and ripped the red collar from Owen's doublet, the ceremonial collar that marked his status as a member of the royal household, a symbol of his connection to the king and his position at court. This action, this symbolic stripping away of his status and his connection to royal protection, was the moment when Owen finally understood that no pardon was coming, that he was truly going to die, and that these were the last moments of his life. In that terrible moment of realization, when all hope died and Owen understood that he was about to be executed, he reportedly said words that would echo down through the centuries, words that captured both the great love story of his life and the tragedy of his death. The exact phrasing varies slightly in different sources, but the essence remains consistent. Owen looked at the executioner's block, where his head would soon be placed, looked at the headsman with his axe and said, "That head shall lie on the stock that was wont to lie on Queen Catherine's lap." In Welsh, which Owen probably spoke in his final moments, the words would have been different, but the meaning the same, acknowledging that the head that had once rested lovingly and peacefully on his wife's lap, in moments of tenderness and intimacy, would now be severed from his body and placed on the executioner's block. These words are extraordinary in several ways. First, they demonstrate Owen's courage and dignity in the face of death. He was not begging for mercy, not trying to bargain or plead, not breaking down in tears or terror. He was facing his death with composure, acknowledging it directly, even making a kind of poetic statement about it. This was the behavior of a nobleman, of a man of courage, of someone who understood that death was inevitable and who chose to meet it with dignity rather than fear. Second, the words reveal what mattered most to Owen, even in his final moments, his love for Catherine. Not his achievements, not his titles or positions, not his sons or his grandson, not the political cause he had fought for, but his love for the woman who had been dead for nearly a quarter century. That love remained the central fact of his life, the thing he chose to speak about when he had only moments left to live. The memory of lying peacefully with his head in Catherine's lap, of those intimate moments they had shared, of the love they had felt for each other. This was what Owen wanted to remember and what he wanted others to remember about him. Third, the words are tragic because they highlight the contrast between past happiness and present horror, between tender moments of love and the brutal reality of execution. The head that had once known such gentleness would now be struck off with an axe, would be displayed on a market cross as a warning to others, would rot in the public square. It's a reminder of how quickly fortune can change, how love and happiness can give way to violence and death. The execution was carried out swiftly after Owen spoke his final words. Medieval executions by beheading were supposed to be quick and relatively merciful compared to other forms of execution like hanging or burning. A single stroke of a sharp axe or sword should sever the head cleanly from the body, causing near instant death. But this depended on having a skilled executioner and a sharp blade, and not all executions went smoothly. Some executioners required multiple blows, causing prolonged suffering for the victim. We don't know whether Owen's execution was quick and clean, or whether it required multiple blows. The sources don't provide that level of detail, but we can imagine the scene. Owen kneeling at the block and placing his head on the wooden surface, worn smooth by previous executions, perhaps saying a final prayer, perhaps thinking one last time of Catherine. The executioner raising his axe, positioning himself carefully, bringing the heavy blade down with all his strength. The terrible sound of metal striking flesh and bone, the sudden silence as Owen's life ended, the blood flowing across the stone pavement, the executioner holding up the severed head for the crowd to see, as was customary, before placing it aside. After the execution, Owen Tudor's severed head was taken and placed on the top step of the market cross that stood in Hereford's town square. This market cross was a tall stone structure, a common feature of medieval English market towns, and serving as a focal point for the marketplace, and often decorated with religious carvings and the arms of local nobility. Placing executed traitors' heads on prominent public structures like market crosses or town gates was standard practice. It served as both punishment and deterrent, a warning to others about what happened to those who rebelled against the crown or committed treason. Owen's head would have been displayed prominently where everyone who passed through the marketplace could see it, where it would remain until it rotted or until someone removed it. This was meant to be shameful, humiliating, a final degradation of someone who had dared to presume above his station, who had married a queen without permission, who had fought against the Yorkist cause, and it was meant to break the spirits of any Lancastrian sympathizers who saw it, to demonstrate Yorkist power and resolve, to show that no one was too important or too well connected to escape punishment if they opposed Edward of York. But what happened next was unusual and unexpected, touching and strange. A woman from Hereford, described in the chronicles as a madder woman. Whether this meant she was mentally ill, grief-stricken, eccentric, or simply acting in a way that seemed irrational to the chroniclers, came to where Owen's head was displayed on the market cross. The chronicles don't tell us who she was, whether she was rich or poor, old or young, whether she had known Owen personally, or was simply moved by compassion for any executed person. We don't know her name or her story. She is simply a marred woman, anonymous and mysterious. This woman took Owen's severed head down from where it had been placed, or perhaps she was allowed to approach it where it sat. She carefully and tenderly combed Owen's hair, which would have been matted with blood and dirt from the execution. She washed the blood from his face, cleaning away the gore and making him look more peaceful and dignified. She treated the severed head with gentleness and respect, as though she were preparing a living person for some important occasion, rather than tending to the gruesome remains of an execution. Then, in an act that transformed the execution site into something approaching a shrine or a memorial, she set 100 candles around Owen's head, creating a circle of light surrounding it. The significance of exactly 100 candles is that February 2nd was Candlemas Day, and one of the important feast days in the Christian calendar. Candlemas celebrated the presentation of Jesus at the temple 40 days after his birth, and it was traditionally associated with the blessing of candles for use throughout the coming year. Churches would bless large numbers of candles on Candlemas, and there would be candlelit processions and ceremonies. So this unnamed mad woman, in her grief or madness or compassion, turned Owen Tudor's execution site into a place of religious observance, honouring him as though he were a martyr or a saint, rather than an executed traitor. The 100 candles would have created a striking and beautiful sight, a circle of flickering light surrounding the severed head, transforming something horrible into something almost sacred. And it was an act of kindness and mercy in the midst of cruelty and violence, a gesture of human compassion that transcended politics and war. The chronicler who recorded this event, writing in what's known as Gregory's Chronicle, described it in Middle English. And a Made woman kembid highs here, and why she away the blowed of high's face, and set 100 candles around him burning. The detail that the chronicler remembered this act and thought it worth recording suggests that it made an impression on people at the time, that it was seen as noteworthy and moving even in an age accustomed to public executions and displays of severed heads. Who was this mad woman? We will never know, but her act of mercy and compassion has ensured that Owen Tudor's execution is remembered not only for its tragedy, but also for this moment of unexpected grace, in this reminder that even in the darkest times, even in the midst of civil war and hatred and violence, human kindness and dignity can still shine through. Owen Tudor's body was buried in a chapel at the Church of the Grey Friars in Hereford, a Franciscan friary that was one of the religious houses in the city. The Franciscans, followers of St. Francis of Assisi, emphasized poverty, humility, and service to the poor. Their churches and friaries were often used as burial places for wealthy benefactors and important local figures. Owen's burial in the Grey Friars Church was probably arranged by Lancasterian sympathizers in Hereford, or perhaps by the Franciscans themselves as an act of charity towards someone who had been executed, and the church and friary where Owen was buried no longer exist today. They were destroyed during the dissolution of the monasteries in the 1530s when King Henry VIII, Owen's great-great-grandson, ordered the destruction and closure of religious houses throughout England and Wales. The sites where these religious houses once stood have often been built over or converted to other uses, and the graves they contained have been lost. So we don't know exactly where Owen's body lies today, though it's somewhere in Hereford, beneath the streets or buildings of the modern city. Today, a plaque set into the pavement of Hightown in Hereford marks the approximate location where Owen was executed. The plaque is a simple rectangular block of stone, not particularly large or ornate, bearing a brief inscription noting that this was the site where Owen Tudor, founder of the Tudor dynasty, was beheaded in 1461. It's a modest memorial, easily overlooked by modern shoppers hurrying past, but it serves as a reminder of the dramatic events that unfolded in this peaceful market town more than 5.5 centuries ago. The plaque is located at the western end of Hightown, set into the pavement where the market cross once stood, where Owen's head was displayed, where the madwoman lit her 100 candles. Tourists and history enthusiasts who know the story sometimes seek it out, pausing to read the inscription and to reflect on Owen Tudor's remarkable life and tragic death. It's not a major tourist attraction or a grand monument, but it's a connection to the past, a physical marker of where history happened, where one man's life ended and where a legend was born. Owen Tudor's execution would not be forgotten, and ultimately it would be avenged. The man who actually carried out Owen's execution, who wielded the axe that severed his head, was said to be Sir Roger Vaughan, a Welsh nobleman who had made the fateful and controversial decision to switch his allegiance from the Lancastrian to the Yorkist cause. For a Welshman to execute another Welshman, especially one as prominent as Owen Tudor, especially someone who was connected to the royal family and who had been a champion of the Lancastrian cause, marked Vaughan as a traitor in the eyes of many Welsh people. His name would be remembered with bitterness and anger years later, when the wheel of fortune had turned and the Lancastrians had their moment of revenge, when power shifted and the Tudors had their chance to strike back. Jasper Tudor would have Roger Vaughan hunted down and executed in deliberate retaliation for his father's death. It would be payback, vengeance for Owen Tudor's execution, a settling of accounts that demonstrated the fierce loyalties and long memories that characterized the Wars of the Roses. The Civil War had become personal, with blood feuds and family vendettas adding fuel to the political and dynastic conflicts. But in February of 1461, immediately after Owen Tudor's execution, it must have seemed as though the Yorkists had won decisively and permanently. Edward of York continued his march toward London after his victory at Mortimer's Cross. Though Queen Margaret's army won a tactical victory at the Second Battle of St. Albans later in February, defeating the Earl of Warwick and temporarily liberating King Henry VI from Yorkist captivity, they failed to capitalize on their success and allowed the strategic initiative to slip away. Margaret's army, which included many soldiers from the north of England and Scottish mercenaries, had developed a terrible reputation for pillaging and plundering as they marched south. Stories of looting, rape, and destruction spread ahead of them, terrifying the people of southern England. When Margaret's army approached London, the city's leaders refused to open the gates, fearing that admitting the Lancastrian army would result in the city being sacked and plundered. And faced with this rejection, and with news of Edward's victory at Mortimer's Cross, Margaret hesitated and then withdrew northward, missing her chance to secure London and to restore King Henry's authority. Edward of York reached London first, arriving on February 26th. On March 4th, 1461, Edward of York was proclaimed King Edward IV of England in Westminster Hall, the great medieval hall that had witnessed so many important events in English history. At only 18 years of age, Edward was now claiming the throne, asserting that his family's superior claim through descent from Edward III's second son made him the rightful king, rather than Henry VI, who descended from the third son. Less than 4 weeks later, on March 29th, 1461, our King Edward IV crushed the main Lancastrian army at the Battle of Towton in Yorkshire, in what remains to this day the largest and bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil. Towton was fought in a snowstorm, with tens of thousands of soldiers engaged on both sides, with casualties estimated at perhaps 28,000 men killed. It was a massacre, a slaughter, a decisive victory that seemed to end any hope the Lancastrians had of reversing their fortunes. King Henry VI, Queen Margaret, and their son the Prince of Wales fled into exile in Scotland after Towton, and later found refuge in France. For the next 10 years, King Edward IV would rule England as an undisputed king, and the Lancastrian cause seemed completely dead and buried. Most of the great Lancastrian nobles were dead, captured, or in exile. Their lands were confiscated and given to Yorkist supporters. The Lancastrian line seemed to have ended in defeat and disgrace, but Owen Tudor's grandson Henry, that child born posthumously to Edmund Tudor and Margaret Beaufort in January 1457, had survived. He was only 4 years old when his grandfather was executed at Hereford. He was being raised by his uncle Jasper Tudor, who had escaped from Mortimer's cross and who continued to resist from his strongholds in Wales. Young Henry Tudor represented the last, faint hope of the Lancastrian line, though in 1461, no one could have predicted that this small child would eventually become king. For the next 24 years, from 1461 to 1485, Henry Tudor's life would be defined by exile, danger, and survival. After the Yorkist victory at Towton, Jasper Tudor fled with his nephew Henry to Pembroke Castle, one of the strongest fortresses in Wales, where they could resist Yorkist attempts to capture them. But in 1461, Pembroke Castle fell to Yorkist forces commanded by William Herbert, who was rewarded for his service by being given Jasper's title and estates, becoming the new Earl of Pembroke. Herbert took custody of young Henry Tudor, now about 4 years old, separating him from his uncle Jasper. For several years, Henry was raised in Herbert's household, receiving an education appropriate for a young nobleman, learning the skills and knowledge he would need if he were ever to play a role in English politics and society. Herbert treated Henry relatively well, considering he was the ward of someone who was technically an enemy of the Yorkist regime. Herbert even considered marrying Henry to his own daughter, which would have tied Henry securely to the Yorkist cause. But Herbert was killed in 1469 during one of the brief Lancastrian restorations, and Henry's custody passed to other guardians. Meanwhile, Jasper Tudor had escaped to Scotland and then to Brittany, continuing to work for the Lancastrian cause, seeking support from foreign rulers who might be willing to help restore King Henry VI to his throne. In 1470, through a combination of military success and political manoeuvring, the Lancastrians briefly succeeded in restoring King Henry VI to the throne. The Earl of Warwick, who had previously been King Edward's strongest supporter, but who had quarrelled with him and defected to the Lancastrian side, invaded England and forced Edward to flee to Burgundy. King Henry was taken from the Tower of London, where he had been imprisoned and restored to his throne. Jasper Tudor returned from exile and was reunited with his nephew Henry, bringing the 14-year-old boy to court to meet his half-great uncle King Henry VI. But this Lancastrian restoration, sometimes called the readeption of Henry VI, lasted less than 6 months. Edward IV returned to England in early 1471 with an army supplied by his brother-in-law, the Duke of Burgundy. In April 1471, Edward defeated and killed Warwick at the Battle of Barnet. In May, he defeated Queen Margaret's forces at the Battle of Tewkesbury, where Margaret's son, the Prince of Wales, was killed. With the death of the prince, the direct Lancastrian male line ended. King Henry VI died in the Tower of London shortly afterward, probably murdered on Edward's orders. Jasper and Henry Tudor, realizing that England was no longer safe for them, fled to Brittany in France, where they would remain in exile for the next 14 years. Duke Francis II of Brittany gave them asylum, protecting them from Edward IV's attempts to have them captured and returned to England. Henry grew to manhood in exile, learning French, studying history and statecraft, understanding that he was the last hope of the Lancastrian cause, even though his claim to the throne was distant and complicated. Henry's claim came through his mother, Margaret Beaufort, who was descended from John of Gaunt through the legitimised Beaufort line. But this claim was weak. The Beauforts had been explicitly barred from inheriting the throne, and in any case, Henry was descended from the Beauforts through the female line, since his mother, Margaret, was a woman. Medieval inheritance customs strongly favoured male line descent. By any normal standards, Henry Tudor had no realistic claim to the English throne at all. But the Wars of the Roses had killed so many people with better claims that Henry's weak claim started to look more credible, simply because almost everyone else was dead. The Lancastrian direct male line had ended with the deaths of King Henry VI and his son, and most of the great Lancastrian nobles had been killed in the various battles or executed afterward. Edward IV, despite his military success and his apparently secure hold on power, had made enemies through his policies and his marriage, and some of those who had initially supported him had become disillusioned. In 1483, Edward IV died unexpectedly at age 40, still in the prime of his life. His death threw England into confusion and crisis. Edward left behind two young sons, Edward, Prince of Wales, who was 12 years old, and Richard, Duke of York, who was 9. The elder boy should have become King Edward V, with a regency council governing during his minority until he came of age. But Edward IV's brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, had other plans. Richard seized custody of the young princes, declared them illegitimate based on claims that Edward IV's marriage had been invalid, and took the throne himself as King Richard III. The two young princes, Edward and Richard, were placed in the Tower of London and disappeared from public view. They were almost certainly murdered, though Richard III's personal responsibility for their deaths remains a matter of historical debate. Richard III's usurpation alienated many Yorkists who had been loyal to his brother Edward IV. They were appalled by his treatment of Edward's sons, disturbed by his seizure of the throne, and worried about his brutal methods and his paranoid suspicions of anyone who might threaten him. Some of these disillusioned Yorkists began to look around for an alternative, and for someone who could challenge Richard and restore legitimate rule to England. Their eyes fell on Henry Tudor, living in exile in Brittany with his uncle Jasper. Henry's claim to the throne was weak, but it had one crucial advantage. He was alive and available, and he represented an alternative to Richard III. Moreover, if Henry could marry Elizabeth of York, the eldest daughter of Edward IV, he could unite the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, bringing together the two warring factions and potentially ending the Civil War. Henry's mother, Margaret Beaufort, worked tirelessly from England to build support for her son, making secret contacts with disaffected Yorkists and with Lancastrian supporters who had kept their heads down during Edward IV's reign. She helped arrange an understanding that if Henry could successfully invade England and defeat Richard, he would marry Elizabeth of York, and their children would inherit both the Lancastrian and Yorkist claims to the throne. In 1485, with financial and military support from the King of France, Henry Tudor assembled an invasion force in Normandy. On August 1st, 1485, 24 years almost to the day after his grandfather's execution at Hereford, Henry landed at Mill Bay near Dale in Pembrokeshire, Wales, the same region where his uncle Jasper had power and influence, where the Tudor name still meant something, where Welsh soldiers might rally to support a man who carried Welsh blood and who could claim descent from the ancient Welsh princes. Henry's army was small initially, perhaps 2,000 men, mostly French and Scottish mercenaries, plus some English exiles who had joined him in France. But as he marched across Wales toward England, his army grew. Welsh soldiers joined him, inspired by the idea of a man with Welsh ancestry challenging for the English throne, seeing in Henry a fulfillment of ancient Welsh prophecies about a saviour who would come to restore Welsh glory. English nobles who had secretly pledged their support joined him with their retainers. By the time Henry reached the English border, his army had grown to perhaps 5,000 men. King Richard III gathered his forces at Nottingham and then marched to intercept Henry before he could reach London. The two armies met near Market Bosworth in Leicestershire on August 22nd, 1485, in a battle that would determine the fate of England and that would finally vindicate Owen Tudor's sacrifice at Hereford 24 years earlier. The Battle of Bosworth Field was not a large engagement by the standards of the Wars of the Roses. Total forces on both sides probably numbered less than 15,000 men, but it was decisive. Richard III initially had numerical superiority and the advantage of position, but several powerful nobles whose forces Richard was counting on, including the Stanley brothers who commanded substantial contingents, were secretly in contact with Henry Tudor and were waiting to see which side seemed likely to win before committing their troops. The battle was hard fought, with both sides suffering casualties. At a crucial moment, King Richard III saw Henry Tudor's standard and position on the battlefield and made a bold, desperate decision. Rather than continuing to fight defensively and relying on his numerical advantage, Richard decided to try to end the battle decisively by killing Henry Tudor personally. He gathered his household knights and charged directly at Henry's position, hoping to cut him down and end the rebellion with a single stroke. It was a brave and dramatic move, the action of a warrior king willing to risk everything in personal combat. Richard fought his way to within feet of Henry Tudor, killing Henry's standard-bearer and coming close to killing Henry himself. But Richard's charge had carried him too far into the enemy lines, too far from his own supporting troops. At the crucial moment, Sir William Stanley, one of the brothers who had been waiting to see which side to support, committed his forces to Henry's side, attacking Richard and his knights from the flank. Richard III fought bravely to the end, refusing to flee or surrender, fighting on foot after his horse was killed under him. Contemporary accounts say that he died fighting, killed by multiple blows to the head, the last English king to die in battle. His naked body was displayed publicly to prove he was dead, then buried unceremoniously in a Leicester church. In 2012, his remains were discovered under a Leicester car park, identified through DNA analysis, and finally given a proper royal burial. With Richard dead on the field, his army dissolved. Some soldiers fled, others surrendered, and still others simply switched sides and joined Henry's army. Henry Tudor's unlikely gamble had succeeded. Against all odds, the grandson of a Welsh gentleman and a French queen, the son of parents whose marriage had been technically illegal, the child born 3 months after his father's death to a barely teenage mother, had won the crown of England. Henry was crowned as King Henry VII on the battlefield at Bosworth by Lord Stanley, who retrieved Richard's circlet from where it had fallen during the fighting and placed it on Henry's head. It was October 30th, 1485, when Henry had his formal coronation at Westminster Abbey, the same abbey where his grandmother Catherine had been crowned Queen Consort 64 years earlier, where Catherine was buried, where Owen had sometimes attended ceremonies during his years at court. On January 18th, 1486, King Henry VII married Elizabeth of York as he had promised, uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims in a dynastic marriage that was also, by most accounts, a happy and loving relationship. Henry and Elizabeth's marriage appears to have been genuinely affectionate. Henry was notably faithful to his wife by the standards of medieval kings, and Elizabeth seems to have been a supportive and capable queen. Together, they created the Tudor rose emblem, combining the white rose of York and the red rose of Lancaster, symbolizing the end of the Civil War and the beginning of a new era of unity and peace. Elizabeth gave birth to their first child just 8 months after their marriage, a son born on September 20th, 1486, named Arthur after the legendary British king, suggesting Henry's ambitions for a golden age of English glory. Arthur was followed by several other children, including a second son born in June 1491, named Henry after his father. This younger Henry would eventually become King Henry VIII, perhaps the most famous of all the Tudor monarchs. The Tudor dynasty that Owen Tudor had unknowingly founded, through his love for Catherine of Valois, would rule England for 118 years, through the reigns of Henry VII, 1485 to 1509, Henry VIII, 1509 to 1547, Edward VI, 1547 to 1553, Mary I, 1553 to 1558, Elizabeth I, 1558 to 1603. These Tudor monarchs would transform England in profound and lasting ways. They would break with the Roman Catholic Church and establish the Church of England. They would expand English power and influence, laying the foundations for what would become the British Empire. They would preside over a cultural flowering that produced William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, Edmund Spenser, and many other great writers and artists. And they would defeat the Spanish Armada and establish England as a major naval power. They would strengthen royal authority and create a more centralized, efficient government. All of this, all of the glory and drama and historical significance of the Tudor dynasty, all of the achievements and the tragedies, all of the ways in which the Tudors shaped English history and culture, can be traced back to the secret love between a Welsh gentleman and a French queen, Owen Tudor and Catherine of Valois, meeting in secret, marrying in defiance of law and custom, having children who would carry both Welsh and French royal blood, created a dynasty that would rule England for more than a century. Owen Tudor died in 1461, believing that the Lancastrian cause was lost, that his life's work had ended in failure, and that his head would rot on a spike in Hereford marketplace as a warning to other would-be rebels, that his name would be forgotten or remembered only as a footnote, as the executed stepfather of a deposed king. He could not have imagined that his grandson would become king, that the Tudor name would become synonymous with English royalty, that his bloodline would sit on the throne of England for more than a century. But history had other plans. Owen Tudor's willingness to follow his heart, to marry the woman he loved despite the enormous social gulf between them, and despite the legal prohibition against such a marriage, had consequences that echoed down through the centuries and that continue to resonate today. His blood flows in the veins of the British royal family to this very day, as every British monarch since Henry VII has been descended from Owen and Catherine through their son Edmund. Queen Elizabeth II, who reigned from 1952 to 2022, was a direct descendant of Owen Tudor through more than 20 generations. King Charles III, the current monarch, carries Owen's blood. Every member of the current British royal family is descended from the Welsh gentleman who lost his head at Hereford in 1461. Owen's story reminds us that history is not just made by kings and queens, by the famous and the powerful, by those born to privilege and destined for greatness. Sometimes history is made by people who love boldly, who take risks, who refuse to accept the limitations that society tries to place upon them, who follow their hearts even when reason and prudence suggest caution, who dare to dream of lives and loves that the world tells them are impossible. Owen Tudor was not born to be the grandfather of kings. He was born into a family that had fallen from grace, in a country conquered and subjugated, with limited prospects and an uncertain future. His family had backed the wrong side in a rebellion and had paid the price. He should have lived out his life in obscurity in Wales, perhaps farming, perhaps serving some local lord, dying unknown and unremembered except by his immediate family and neighbours. But through a combination of circumstance, personal qualities, fortunate opportunities, and sheer determination, Owen Tudor rose to a position where he caught the eye of a queen, and through his love for that queen and hers for him, and through the children they created together and the risks they were willing to take for each other, through their refusal to let law and custom and the disapproval of powerful men keep them apart, Owen became the founder of one of the most famous dynasties in all of history. His death at Hereford was tragic and unjust. He was an old man, past 60, who had come out of comfortable retirement to fight for a cause he believed in, to support his son Jasper and his stepson King Henry VI, to stand up for what he thought was right, even though it put his life at risk. He deserved better than to have his head struck off in a marketplace and displayed on a market cross like a common criminal. He deserved the dignity and respect appropriate to his position as the stepfather of a king, as the father of earls, and as a man who had served the English crown faithfully for decades. But even in death, Owen Tudor's story carried a certain dignity and romance, encapsulated in those final words about Catherine's lap, remembered and repeated by chroniclers, passed down through generations, becoming part of the legend. The mad woman who combed his hair and washed his face and surrounded his severed head with 100 candles understood something important. She understood that this was not an ordinary execution, that this was not just another casualty of the endless wars between York and Lancaster. This was something special, something worth honoring and remembering, something that transcended politics and violence. And she was right. Owen Tudor's death mattered because his life mattered, because his love mattered, because the choices he made and the risks he took had consequences that reached far beyond his own lifetime. He lived much of his life in obscurity and died in defeat, but his legacy ultimately triumphed. The Welsh gentleman who lost his head in Hereford marketplace would be remembered not as a traitor or a rebel, but as the founder of the Tudor dynasty, the grandfather of a king, the man whose love for a French queen changed the course of English history forever. As you drift off to sleep tonight, dear listener, think about Owen Tudor's remarkable journey from the green hills of Anglesey to the glittering court of England, from obscurity and uncertainty to proximity to power and glory, from forbidden love to tragic death. Think about how one man's courage to love boldly and live authentically, and it despite all the obstacles and prohibitions that society placed in his path, could echo down through the centuries and shape the destiny of nations. Think about Catherine of Valois, the neglected French princess who knew so little happiness in her short, difficult life, but who found some measure of love and joy and true companionship with Owen Tudor. Think about their secret marriage, conducted in defiance of laws and customs, their hidden children raised in secrecy and uncertainty, their desperate attempt to build a life together despite all the powerful forces that were arrayed against them. And think about how their love, which seemed doomed to end in scandal and failure, actually planted the seeds of a dynasty that would rule England for more than 100 years. Think about young Henry Tudor, in The Posthumous Child Who Never Knew His Father Edmund, the boy raised in exile and danger, the unlikely king who won his crown on a battlefield and vindicated his grandfather's sacrifice. Think about how Owen's blood, mixed with Catherine's royal blood and with Margaret Beaufort's Lancastrian blood, created a dynasty that would transform England and shape the modern world. The story of Owen Tudor is ultimately a story about love and loyalty, about courage and sacrifice, about how ordinary people can become part of extraordinary history through the choices they make and the risks they take. It's a story about a Welshman who dared to love a queen and who paid for that love with his life, but whose bloodline would sit on the throne of England for more than a century and whose descendants still rule Britain today. It's a story worth remembering, worth honoring, worth sharing, as we drift peacefully into sleep. Thank you for joining me tonight on this long journey through the life of Owen Tudor, from his birth in medieval Wales to his execution at Hereford, from his secret romance with a queen to the founding of one of history's most famous dynasties. If you enjoyed this peaceful tale of history, Please remember to like this video. Leave a comment sharing your thoughts about Owen's incredible and moving story, and subscribe to Sleepy Crown for more soothing historical documentaries that carry you gently into dreamland. May you dream tonight of medieval Wales, with its green hills and ancient castles, of forbidden romances that defied kings and councils, of brave men and women who shaped history in ways they could never have imagined. May you dream of the Tudor rose, red and white petals intertwined, symbolizing the end of civil war and the beginning of a new era of peace and prosperity. And may you sleep peacefully, knowing that even in the darkest moments, even when heads fall and hopes seem lost, history has a way of remembering and honoring those who loved bravely and lived authentically. Close your eyes now, dear listener. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Let the gentle whispers of history carry you away into restful sleep. Owen Tudor's story is complete. His journey is finished, but his legacy lives on in the bloodline of kings and queens, in the pages of history books, in the memories we keep alive by telling his story. Sleep well, knowing that love can triumph even over death, that courage is never wasted, and that the choices we make today can echo through centuries. Good night, dear listener. May your dreams be sweet and peaceful, your sleep be deep and restorative, and may the gentle whispers of history carry you peacefully through this night and into tomorrow. Until we meet again, this has been Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Rest well, dear friend. Rest well.